insurance-related issues in one inbox, so it's readily accessible for you. Contact your insurance company immediately to initiate your claim and request a full copy of your policy to understand your coverage. Report fraud and concerns that you see. Even if you have a slightest inkling of something shady going on, call us at 1-800-927-4357, or you can visit us at insurance.ca.gov.
Justice will be swift and justice will be significant if you want to take advantage of people in their lowest moment.
From fallen ash to the removal of toxic fire debris, the LA County Department of Public Health has been at the forefront of safety during the cleanup. We met with Dr. Muntu Davis to discuss their guidelines for removal and disposing of the wreckage.
So the health department is actually composed of a number of different units. We focus in on various aspects, but our main focus is to understand what's happening within various communities, try to figure out how to change or improve that or stop that. And so we work on trying to reduce your risk to having health impacts from whatever is happening. And so we have put out a lot of guidance, especially related to the fires. When dealing with wildfire smoke, I mean, really it's a question about risk and how to reduce your risk. As we talk about Santa Ana winds, wildfires add another layer of pollution into the air. Now, of course, the risk is going to be closer you are to a fire, the closer you are going to be to smoke and being exposed to that. And the further you go out, it'll dissipate or reduce, but it still could have some impact. And if we think about Los Angeles County, generally our air quality is bad just because we have so many cars and so many people. And so adding a little bit of smoke may be significant for somebody. And so we really want people to try to reduce their risk of having any health impacts from that. A lot of times it's recommending wearing an N95 to, prevent those particles from the smoke getting deep into your lungs. We really want people to not be outside doing heavy exercise because it's going to cause some problems with breathing, but also closing your windows and doors so that that smoke doesn't get into your house. And if you have an air conditioning, like a central air conditioning, try to put that on recirculate. And definitely don't use an air conditioning that's in the window that pulls outdoor in, because that's just going to cause more problems inside the house. Those most at risk from smoke inhalation or from smoke exposure to smoke are going to be the same folks that we typically worry about when we're talking about respiratory illnesses. So those with underlying health conditions, those who are children, they're younger, smaller lungs, more likely to be impacted than an adult with larger lungs. People who are pregnant as well, and of course those who are older, just because their systems don't handle as much stress as ours when we're younger. One of the things people can do is if they really are feeling, that that's too much, it's a lot, they need some immediate help, they can text 741-741 and text the letters LA to that. That connects to our Department of Mental Health and service providers that can provide some immediate assistance. They can also call 800-854-7771.
The recent wildfires have made us more aware of our air quality. Where do alert warnings of poor air quality come from? The South Coast Air Quality Management District is the agency which enforces emission levels and sets air quality controls across the LA region.
The South Coast Air Quality Management District is the local governmental agency responsible for regulating air pollution in the greater LA region. And we also monitor air quality. So South Coast AQMD recommends that all residents currently in the LA metro area look at three things when evaluating their air quality in response to these recent fires. So one is you should check your air quality index readings. Second thing is you should smell for smoke. And the third thing is that you should look for ash in the air. Everybody is susceptible to the adverse impacts of poor air quality, but young children, older adults, people with pre-existing heart or lung issues, or people that have to spend a lot of time outside, and pregnant women are particularly susceptible. So for those sensitive groups, we just recommend that they're extra careful. We recommend that an N95 mask that's well-fitting can provide some protection and keep the time short while you're outside. It's best to stay inside with your windows and doors closed if you can. run your HVAC fan with a high efficiency filter or use an air purifier, and avoid creating additional sources of indoor air pollution, such as using candles, incense, or cooking fatty foods. So for additional information during this air pollution event or any subsequent air quality events, it's best to download the South Coast AQMD app or check our website at aqmd.gov. We also have a lot of material for how to prepare before a wildfire, how to protect yourself during a wildfire and after a wildfire, and that's available at aqmd.gov/wildfire tips.
As LA starts the recovery from the wildfires, state leaders held a press conference at the Rose Bowl. Assembly members from across California gave their full backing to recovery and rebuilding efforts, which will help fire victims get back on their feet.
Members of the California Assembly have your back. This is one of the most destructive wildfires in California's history, and we must all respond with urgency.
It was important for the Assembly Democrats to gather here today as a united front because we are one team, one California, one LA, and what happens to Los Angeles, Pasadena, Altadena happens to the rest of the state.
We as elected officials from across this state are going to link arms to make sure that we support Los Angeles, we support these impacted communities, and we rebuild these beloved communities.
For a lot of the impacted folks, this is a double whammy. Not only are they impacted personally, but now their source of income has been disrupted. We want to make sure people get back on their feet right away, have a source of income so they can look longer term in their ultimate recovery and rebuilding.
We got you, Angelenos. We have so many people that are reaching out from all over the country. We have corporations, we have individuals and nonprofits that are here that are saying, what do you need in this trying time? So that's why we're here this morning, to make sure that Angelenos know that we've got their backs.
Mayor Bass issues an emergency executive order to help with rebuilding. LA City's Housing Department has emergency resources for renters and report illegal price gouging to the city. These stories up next on City Beat.
Mayor Karen Bass has issued an emergency executive order which clears the way for Angelenos to rapidly rebuild homes lost in the wildfires and sets businesses up to rebuild. The order coordinates and streamlines debris removal and reduces future risks by uniting with city, county, state, and federal agencies. It also clears the way to rebuild homes as they were, with a one-stop shop to swiftly issue permits in all impacted areas. Under the order, the city's Department of Building and Safety will expedite temporary certificates of occupancy that immediately makes 1,400 units of housing available across LA. For more information, visit mayor.lacity.gov/press. The Los Angeles City Housing Department is providing critical information for Angelenos who rent and have been displaced by the recent LA wildfires. If a rental unit is completely destroyed, the lease no longer applies and the tenant does not owe future rent. If tenants have paid January rent, the landlord should prorate and return the tenant's rent for the remainder of January, along with any security deposit. Even in a state of emergency, tenants are protected from discrimination in housing, which includes motels, hotels, and emergency shelters. The LA City Housing Department is assisting with emergency housing resources by phone, virtual appointments, and in person, Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. For more information, visit housing.lacity.gov. California Attorney General Rob Bonta has issued a consumer alert reminding Californians that price gouging is illegal during a state of emergency. In the event of a state or local declaration of emergency, California law generally prohibits a seller from increasing prices by more than 10%. According to Bonta, violators of the statute are subject to criminal prosecution, which can result in 1 year imprisonment and/or a fine of up to $10,000. Angelenos who see price gouging or believe they have been a victim of it can file a complaint by calling 311 or visiting the website lacity.gov/myla311.
The Helping Hub in Venice is a grassroots organization and now a redistribution center for fire evacuees. The hub is set up to give goods, services, and help to those who may not even be sure of what they need next.
We are here at the Venice Helping Hub, which is a completely grassroots organization of volunteers.
This is a resource distribution hub for evacuees from the LA wildfires to come in and pick up any resources that they might need. We have a huge WhatsApp group, which is now 900 volunteers strong. We have 350 drivers on standby all over LA, and resources get delivered from the hub to the evacuees' hands, door-to-door service.
And offer additional services, things like babysitting and laundry services. And so this is a great local resource for folks that need a little bit of extra help.
We are a new organization helping all the victims from these horrible, devastating fires.
The point of this place is to make things easy for people that are so emotionally taxed and so exhausted that they do not have the bandwidth and the energy to deal with what do they need next. You know, our job is to facilitate as much of the help, the care, and the consideration that we possibly can.
Everyone is exhausted, emotionally taxed. There's no more bandwidth to solve, do you need, what groceries do you need? They don't know. So we have a team that's trained and dedicated and organized to put together care packages based on individual needs for a family, for a kid, for an adult, for a senior, anything that we can anticipate to make it easy. We package it up.
That level of detail and love and care is just heartwarming and makes me really proud of my entire community.
Me da mucha alegría poder ayudar en lo que yo pueda.
On behalf of the City of Los Angeles, my heartfelt gratitude for organizing this effort and all of you who are stepping up in small ways and big ways to help our community. I have never been more proud.
It feels really good to be able to support and amplify the grassroots work that my own community is doing.
For more information, we are the Venice Helping Hub. We are at 606 Venice Boulevard. The Instagram handle is Venice Helping Hub.
And the Helping Hub doesn't update every day with what their individual needs are and the items that they're looking for. So keep following along, and we really appreciate everyone pitching in.
So all of you who are contributing, thank you, thank you, thank you.
After the fires, the office of Councilmember Imelda Padilla stepped up at a meal distribution center in the Valley, playing their part in getting food to families.
We are at North Valley Caring Services, located in North Hills, and we're here on day 4 of fire relief to help out the residents. So Council District 6, we didn't have homes that burned down, but we have the ripple effects of the fire. We had power outages in our area, which led to a lot of people losing their food. The air from all the chemicals and everything that got burned is what we're breathing out here in the valley. So we're providing N95 masks until the air quality improves.
So today we have our usual pantry going on in which we serve food to our community, more than 750 families every week. We also have an added responsibility of receiving donations for those who have suffered through the fires, who have been directly impacted as well as indirectly impacted. Many of our family members here in North Hills work in Pacific Palisades and places where the fires were the most prevalent.
Recently, our council member passed a worker relief effort, so anyone who was employed out in those areas as gardeners and nannies can try to get some sort of income. Everybody is in need right now, and our role is being able to coordinate everybody to help out the people in need.
Right now is a really critical time to participate and to help families in need, especially after these disastrous fires. A lot of wonderful volunteers with beautiful smiles and great personalities came out and put food into these people's cars and sent them on their way. And that's the true example of humanity in times of disaster.
It feels amazing to have the support of Council Member Padilla, as well as the other council members that have supported, because it's all things coming together, our public officials with our grassroots organizations, our community. It's a beautiful thing when it all happens like that.
I really hope that more people come out and participate in these programs. It's going to take time to rebuild this city, so please reach out to your local community and see how you can make a difference in Los Angeles, because Los Angeles really needs you right now.
LA's sports teams put aside their rivalries to focus on one goal: getting essential help into the hands of LA wildfire victims. Councilmember Curran Price was at BMO Stadium to help out with the operation.
Well, here at LA Football Stadium, they're working together. You've got a conglomeration of sports franchises that have come together providing resources to those impacted by the fire.
We came together as a group because we wanted to do something in the face of the fires that are impacting so many thousands of Angelenos and changing the face of our city for forever. And so what we've done here today is we have put together a way to distribute clothing to people who have lost their homes or been evacuated. And we're serving a meal thanks to partners. And we're serving healthy snacks. We have essentials like hygiene kits, diapers. We're also providing services through our partners. So we have Betzedek on site providing legal services, All People's Community Center assisting with employment needs and rental assistance, and then our partner Football for Her, who's also here sharing information about where kids who need maybe just a dose of normalcy can go and play free pickup soccer.
When devastating things happen like this, it is our obligation, our honor, our privilege, our responsibility to step up and help those in need. And we are fortunate that we are in a community where all of the professional sports organizations understand that together we can do more. It's critically important that we all come together, we all work together with our neighbors who really are suffering right now.
What you'll see behind me is actually, it's a shopping experience, and it's new product from all of the teams that are on site here today.
So a gentleman had lost his belongings, and through this program, he was able to come through and pick up 7 items. And he's just one of hundreds of families blessed today.
When you've lost everything, something as simple as a new piece of clothing that is yours, it can feel special. It's kind of a reminder that there is a little bit of hope and that maybe you still have kind of that place and that way to get back to what was normal before.
Really pray for those who had great losses. And I think all of this is important to assist those in need. We are in this together.
The LA region has suffered irreplaceable loss from the wildfires. Family members, homes, cherished community spaces, and memories that connected us all. If you've been directly affected by the wildfires, know that there is help out there. The City of Los Angeles has a central website with links to resources for home and business recovery. Find out more at lacity.gov. Donating can make a huge difference. At the LA Strong website, Angelenos who wish to donate funds can find reputable charities. To donate goods, local organizations have listed the items they need most. And if you'd prefer to donate your help, LA Strong also lists volunteer opportunities. The City of LA's Recreation and Parks Department has stepped in with support camps for families impacted by the Palisades wildfire. There are special extended program hours at 2 recreation centers at Mar Vista and Oakwood. Programs run from 8 a.m. on weekdays until the end of the month, with walk-in registration available. For more information, go to laparks.org. If you had to evacuate or have been displaced by the fires, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, is on the ground in LA with assistance. 2 disaster recovery centers are now open. The Center for the Palisades Fire is operating at the Westside Pavilion, now known as UCLA Research Park, at 10850 West Pico Boulevard. The center is open from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m., 7 days a week. Find out more at fema.gov. In this week's Things to Do, celebrate the Year of the Snake at LA Zoo, mark the start of whale watching season at Cabrillo Marine Aquarium, and head to Griffith Park for a run that supports LA Parks. All this up next on Things to Do.
Join the Los Angeles Zoo for celebrations of the Lunar New Year, the Year of the Snake. On February 1st and 2nd, LA Zoo is hosting special activities and performances to mark the Lunar New Year. Enjoy Chinese, Korean, and Vietnamese dance performances by Asian Arts Talent Foundation. Make your own red envelope for gifting and share your hopes for the new year on the Wall of Well Wishes. There will also be special animal feedings and education stations. Visit the snake's lair and learn about many other animals of the Chinese zodiac at the zoo. Lunar New Year at the LA Zoo takes place on Saturday, February 1st and Sunday, February 2nd from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. each day. For more information on hours and admissions, visit lazoo.org. On February 2nd, join the Cabrillo Marine Aquarium for its Whale Fiesta. This family day promises to be a ton of fun, celebrating the migration of the Pacific gray whale and the start of whale watching season. There will be games, crafts, and puppet shows, along with expert guest speakers and festive music. Enjoy the life-size whale inflatable and the famous duct tape whale contest. Head to Cabrillo Marine Aquarium for Whale Fiesta on Sunday, February 2nd, beginning at 10 a.m. and going on until 3 p.m. that day. For more information, visit CabrilloMarineAquarium.org. Registration is now open for the annual Griffith Park Run on Sunday, February 2nd. Whether you run, jog, or walk the course, your entry fee will go to supporting over 450 LA City parks and amenities. Depending on your challenge level, there are 2 options, a half marathon and a 5K. This is the only half marathon that covers all the main trails of Griffith Park, while the 5K is a flat and scenic course. Runners and supporters can enjoy the food trucks in the park for the event. Lace up and join the Los Angeles Parks Foundation and Aslan Athletics for the 2025 Griffith Park Run on Sunday, February 2nd, starting at 6 a.m. For more information, visit rungpr.com. And that's a look at some things to do.
And that's all for this week. I'm Susan Huckle, and from all of us here at LA This Week, thank you so much for joining us. Remember that you can watch us online anytime at lacityview.org. We're also on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube. See you next time for more LA This Week.
Scheduled meeting of your Los Angeles City Council. Today is Wednesday, the 29th day of January in the year 2025. My name is Marquis Harris-Dawson. I serve as chair of this council. Public comment will be taken in person for today's meeting. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Blumenfield, Harris, Dawson, Hernandez, Hutt, Hirado, Lee, McCosker, Nazarian, Padilla, Park, Price, Rahman, Rodriguez, Soto Martinez, Yaroslavsky, 12 members present and quorum, Mr. President.
All right. First order of business.
Approval of the minutes of January 28, 2025.
Councilmember Jurado moves. Councilmember Hernandez seconds. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Councilmember Lee moves. Councilmember Padilla seconds. Next. We'll run through the agenda at this point.
Yes, sir. Item 1 is an item notice for public hearing. The Department of Building and Safety recommends receiving and filing this matter. Items 2 through 7 are items for which public hearings have been held. The committee reports for items 3 and 7 have been submitted and available online under their respective council files. Items 8 through 15 are items which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
All right. Those items are now before us without objection. Specials members, specials to my left. Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call item number 15 for comments, please.
All right, 15 for comments. Councilmember Jurado.
I'd like to, for item 1, I move that the item be received and filed as the lien has been rescinded.
Is there a second to this motion?
Second by Mr. Lee.
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Hutt.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I'd like to move that the Transportation Committee report be approved as amended.
All right. Is there a second?
Can I get a second?
Councilmember Jurado? Okay. All right.
And just for the record, that would be item number 4.
All right. Seeing no more specials to my left, Councilmember Padilla.
Hi, I'd like to call item 13 for special for comments.
All right. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. President. Out of an abundance of caution, the city attorney has asked me to recuse myself from item 15 because I am a landlord.
15,
item
okay.
15, thank you.
Councilmember Soto Martinez.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to call item 15 special for an amendment, and I believe the city attorney has a copy of that.
And that amendment is seconded by Mr. Hernandez. Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, so because we're not taking virtual public comment, I believe the only thing that needs to be done is it's been introduced, we've identified the second, and it just needs to be signed and sent to the CLA.
Great, that should be done already. Thank you.
All right, any other specials to my right? All right, seeing no other specials, what items are available for us to vote on, Madam Clerk?
Mr. President,
Can we get the clerk's mic fired up?
I don't know what's going on. It's not working. Yeah. All right. So press on it? Okay. Mr. President, there is a request to continue item 8 to February 12, 2025.
One more time.
Mr. President, there is a request to continue item 8 to February 12, 2025, sir.
All right, without objection, that'll be the order.
And what is available for council to vote on now is item 2 through 7, sir.
All right, before we do that, Madam Clerk, I actually have a special myself. I want to move consideration of item number 14 from yesterday's meeting, for which I need a second. Second by Mr. Nazarian. All right.
So, Mr. President, the first vote is to reconsider item 14 from yesterday's meeting. That's Council File 25-0011S1.
All right, so let's call the roll on reconsideration. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
Ayes.
All right, and Madam Clerk, I'll move that we receive and file this matter. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Hutt. All right, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right, and that takes us to items 2 through 7.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's open the roll on items 2 through 7. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right, what's next?
Council may go into public comment if it wishes.
All right, let's proceed with public comment for this meetings. Folks know at this moment we have 96 speakers signed up. If you are a part of a group or an organization and you can come up together, that'll be very helpful to us. It's unlikely that we will be able to take all 96 people, but we will do as much time as we possibly can this morning.
To people providing public comment, when it is your turn to speak, please state which of the agenda items you'd like to speak to. You will have 1 minute per item, up to 3 minutes total for the items open for public comment. We will tell you when your time is up. When speaking on the agenda items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you are not on topic, or if we cannot tell whether you are on topic, you will get one brief warning from me or the council president. At that point, you need to get immediately and clearly on topic. If you do not do so, or if you again stray off topic, you will forfeit the rest of your speaking time and we will move on to the next speaker. The items open for public comment are items 1 and items 8 through 15. So again, the items open for public comment are items 1, I apologize, it's items 1 and items 9 through 15. Again, the items open for public comment are items 1 and items 9 through 15. Item number 8 has been continued to February 12th, 2025. Members of the public may also speak for up to 1 minute for general public comment. During general public comment, members of the public may speak to any of the items or anything else in the city's subject matter jurisdiction. A couple more announcements. Because we have so many speakers here, I'm going to ask that everyone please hold your applause for the speakers until after they are done speaking, and to make sure you are ready to come to the podium once your name is called. So also, do not line up until you hear your name called out by the council staff. One final announcement, if I could have the interpreters make this aloud to the room. So if you require a Spanish language interpreter, please make sure to pause every few sentences so that the interpreters can interpret.
Si usted requiere traducción o interpretación en español, por favor asegúrese que pausa entre sus oraciones para que el intérprete pueda interpretar. Gracias.
And don't worry, we will hold your time so you get the same amount of time as everyone else. Thank you.
No se preocupe, vamos a detener su tiempo para que usted tenga la misma cantidad de tiempo que todos los demás. Gracias.
When your name is called, please line up to the side. Stacy Cigar Bollinger, Goat Puppet, Abbott Arlington, and Theeden Twila.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
All items and general public comment, please.
So you have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the items. Go ahead.
Great. So a lot of these items are REAP items, Rent Escrow Account Program. I'm sure a lot of the people in the audience today know what that means because we have an abundance of landlords who came to speak today. But for those listening who don't know, the Rent Escrow Account Program exists when a landlord fails to meet requirements for the habitability of a unit they are leasing. And when this happens, if the city finds that they are in fact in violation, then the tenant, rather than not being responsible for an amount of rent relative to the issue they're dealing with, they have to put that money in an account that can't be touched until abatement requirements are met. Man, and I tell you, if anyone hates to work, it's fucking landlords. I mean, no one wants to work these days, right? Isn't that what people have said for the past few years? Nobody wants to work, and I agree, because my landlord, he just hates dealing with chipping paint. He doesn't want to fix the plumbing. He wants to let things leak and then hike the price we pay on our washer and dryer that we have to pay to use, citing water costs when he's not fixing any of the many, many leaks in the building. I also have a rodent problem. That's pretty disgusting. But rather than the tenants getting a break because they're dealing with uninhabitable conditions, they still have to pay the full amount of rent. It just goes into account that the lazy bastard landlord can't touch until they've met abatement requirements. And I think that's kind of bullshit, because that's not how the world works for the rest of us. Let me talk about item 15. You'll probably hear a lot of people today claiming to be housing providers, but then for some reason to them, providing housing means having the right to kick their tenants out on the street. If anyone is providing housing, it's the worker that's sending all their paycheck to someone who owns a bunch of homes that they don't live in. So just keep that in mind when you're listening to all these people holding signs that say, "We provide housing." Actually, your tenant is providing you with the extra homes that you just gain passive income from because you are so fucking lazy and you just want to keep your ass on the couch and not work. And I get that. I don't like to work either. Who does? That's why it's called work. It's not called vacation. Vacation is fun. That's what everyone wants to do. So I just hope this council will please do everything they can to protect tenants. We already are in a crisis level with regard to the unhoused resident population, and keeping people housed is the best prevention to increasing the unhoused resident population. I know that's important to you, Nithya. General comment? Recently, a rep from CD4 said that Nithya went on record in support of the option to give comment on the phone, so someone filed a PRA. Yep, then after that person followed up, again, they finally responded in an email saying, after searching in a reasonable way, you have no documents that meet that criteria. You need to get your story straight, because your office keeps lying. We're telling you, we are never, ever, ever gonna drop this issue. We are never, ever, ever gonna stop asking you to reinstate the option for remote commenting. We are never, ever, ever gonna drop this issue. I know there's a lot of people here today, but there's thousands to millions of more people who would love to give comment if you would just reinstate the option for telephone comment. Any of you could stand up and call a point of order and ask your president to do that. Shout out Smoke and Scan, and thank you all for your attention.
Before our next speaker, I'm going to call up a few other names. Can we get Audit Ale, Adam Smith, Albert, Bob Garfield, Candice, Carla Martinez? Thank you.
They're calling the troublemakers first today.
So you have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for
Yes.
general public comment.
Thank you, bar criminal. So let's see here. And I talk on item 1 today, asshole. Let's see. So we have Isabel Gerardo, known as Kevin with a skirt, still imposing a $2,000 fucking lien. They just burnt the city down, lady. Can't you waive the goddamn lien? What are you gonna do? You're not gonna take the money in retirement. Waive the goddamn fucking lien. Don't do what Kevin did. I tried to tell Kevin to be good. I also told Mr. Weezer to stop taking that Chinese money, that they just don't listen to me. So CD number 1, we have Hamburger Hernandez on number 8. Hamburger is now allowed the landlord to keep all his money. Let's give her a hand. Well done. Yes, that's right. So she's a Democrat socialist, huh? If that's the case, I'm RFK Jr. He talks like me. Now we get number 9. Yes, just for everybody, I'm going to do an RFK Jr. imitation. Communication from the Los Angeles Housing Department resolution. Geez, that was great. Let's give you a hand for that. Yeah. Yes. So we say, fuck Katie Yaroslavsky, KKK. Now we get number 10, let's see here, CD 13. Why, that's that sellout, Hugo Soto Stalin, giving the money back to the landlord. And then Marchese. But we're going to leave you alone, Marchese, because you called me. You were so nice to me today. I'll support number 11. Wow. Yes, that's right. You can blackmail even me, people. Now we have number 12, KKK Katie Yaroslavsky. Another rent escrow exoneration. Well done. And that's why we're wearing the Santa hat today. We're giving things to landlords today, everybody. Then we have the removal task force. Yes, that's right. We're going to dig up all of the destructive chemicals and dangerous things and dig it up out of Pacific Palisades and take it far away in trucks to those Latino neighborhoods and bury it into the ground. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, the groundwater's not going to get contaminated, right, Adrian Buckethead Nazarian? Is that what you're going to do? You're going to punish Latino workers and Latino residents in poor neighborhoods so you can have Pacific Palisades decriminalized from all of that waste? Fuck you on number 13. And now for the general comment. As you know, KFI this morning talked about our police department, and Nithya Ramen Noodle wants to cut the LAPD's fucking salary increase. Let's give Nithya a hand, everybody. Yeah. That's right. Nithya Ramen Noodle. She's here to the left and then to the right and then to the left. Little Miss Flip Flop over there. So when you see her, give her a shout out. She loves it when you do this. Noodle, 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 noodle. That's right. She likes that. And then, of course, we have everybody here. Look, they don't pay attention to you. See that? You could say anything up here and nobody pays attention except that censor asshole attorney up there. Yes, that's right. Let's try it. Go Eagles. No, that didn't work. Let's see here. Fuck Kansas City. No,
All right.
that didn't work.
You
there.
know the rules, and you're clearly
Yes.
trying to test the boundaries. You can only
Yes.
speak to things that are within
Oh.
the subject matter jurisdiction of the city, and your
Okay,
time has expired. So I see a lot of Mr. Spindler. Please vacate the podium so we can move on to the next speakers. Okay.
I am a landlord, and I'm definitely not lazy. Most of my life, I worked about 80 hours a
Speaker,
week.
before you begin,
But-
just one quick thing. Don't worry, we're not going to start your time. So I see a lot of shocked and confused faces. For those of you who are new here, that is Mr. Spindler. He is one of our resident gadflies. We have to allow them to speak. The speakers are selected at random. So again, it does not reflect the views of this council or this city. It is their First Amendment right to be able to provide public comment. We appreciate your patience, and believe it or not, that was relatively tame for him. So, I'm sorry, which items would you like to speak to, Speaker?
General comments and item 15.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Okay, hi, my name is Bob. I want to thank you guys. I've been a landlord for over 50 years, and I've definitely not been lazy. Most of my life, I've worked like 70, 80 hours a week, trying to do a great job for all of our tenants, meeting all of their needs. But it gets harder and harder. You know, I built a lot of buildings in the city, and a lot of my friends who built here no longer do, and nor do I. And as rules get tougher and tougher, it gets more and more likely that you'll see new construction from people because it's too hard of a city. You know, during COVID, it was 4.5 to 5 years before I saw rent increases for a lot of my tenants. Now you're talking another rent freeze. We had 4% increase. Well, the cost increase. Well, our profits go down and down, and we still do our best to provide wonderful service for our tenants. But you're just going to lose builders like me who will no longer build the city because they can go somewhere else close by and have a better situation. So I just think as a whole, all things, you have to consider that landlords can't be lose all their profit. They have to make enough to be able to stay in the housing and want to be here to compete with other communities. And you're starting to not allow that. Thank you.
Before our next speaker, I will call up a few more names. Can we get Carla Martinez, Carlos Singer, Chelsea Rosales, Cherry Bloss, Christina Boyar, Christina Verdugo? Thank you.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Could I speak to 15 in general public comment?
Yes, so you have 1 minute for item number 15 and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
My name's Adam Smith from the LA Community Action Network's Human and Civil Rights Committee, and I live in Council District 11. I urge the council to vote yes on item 15 as written. The wildfires have devastated our communities, compounding a housing crisis that has been expanding for decades due to housing affordability, housing availability, poverty, and this city's response to those. Tenants who are already facing unaffordable rent and persistent rent burden are now more vulnerable than ever to displacement. Thousands of people have lost their homes, their neighborhoods, and their jobs. Tens of thousands more already living on the street or in other precarious situations face death, disease, and displacement daily. Price gouging has been out of control as a result of these fires, worsening our affordability crisis and making the ongoing crisis of houselessness even worse. According to a recent report by the Rent Brigade, rent gouging has surged by over 5,000% from January 7th to the 18th. Landlords and agents are illegally overcharging renters by $7.7 million per month.
General?
General public comment?
Yes, sorry, we were setting your time. Can you start as time from the top? Go ahead, you have 1 minute.
Great. Amounting to $92.4 million annually above the legal limit. Like I said, I live in CD11, and thankfully I did not have to evacuate. My kids' teachers lost their homes, friends have lost their homes, and it's all around terrible, and it's compounding a crisis that has been ongoing for decades. LA City must pause evictions and rent increases to help people struggling to pay rent after losing their income and prevent further displacement and homelessness caused by the fires, as we contend with a houseless crisis that bears the brunt of criminalization and violence. All tenants are trying to recover from these wildfires, both houseless and housed, and we ask Council today to urgently vote yes on item 15.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
A little bit of everything and public comment, please.
Okay, and just as a reminder, because I know we have a lot of people here, the items that are open for public comment are items number 1 and items 9 through 15.
Okay.
So you have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin with the items. Go ahead.
Okay, well, the one I saw was the one about doing a clearance task force. To me, that sounds like a lot of bureaucracy. That sounds like a lot of like things are going to be put aside and like why can't people, like I'd be pissed if something happened to my home and it burned down, like it's my land, it's my property. I would want to be able to go and take care of it. I wouldn't want to wait for you guys to create a task force and to create and to sit there and have to do all this bureaucracy. Like I don't get it. Just freaking let people clear their properties, and B, if you have to do just go out and clean it. I mean, come on, you guys can put it on the agenda tomorrow with the Public Works. Get the Bureau of Sanitation to just go and do it. It's not, to me, in my opinion, it's not that hard. As far as rent increase and gouging and everything, yeah, there's a lot of, I'm sure there is a lot of gouging, because you know what? There's a lot of bad predators that take advantage of situations. And I'm looking at, basically a lot of that going on right now, because y'all want to increase all the money you can get from us. Okay, you want to sit there and put fines and fees and all this additional burdens on us. Which one of you, I mean, not that any of you are listening, so except for Mr. Nazarian, I'm liking you right now, sir, because you're listening. See, we're proud, proud of him. But the rest of you aren't, and that's not fine. But anyway, why are you guys trying to put the burden on us? How many of you, by raising your hands, have donated, say, I'm going to give up a portion of my income to deal with this crisis?
So, Speaker, you're welcome to speak to this during general, but I'm going to ask you
Okay, all right, sir. I apologize. See, people can apologize when they're wrong, right? If you make a mistake, you just say, I'm sorry. So I am sorry, Mr. City Attorney, for being off topic. Okay, 15, like I said. Okay, well, I thought it was on topic. Stop. Yeah, we're not allowed to price gouge, okay? It's okay, like, and extra fees, right? Isn't it about extra fees and price gouging, right? And rent moratoriums, like, people should not be taking advantage. The city should not allow people to take advantage of a situation. Like, you know, anything that's fair, like, there's always, of course, like, there's fair rent increases, there's unfair rent increases. We can't allow the unfair stuff just because somebody can make, I can take advantage of the situation because, you know, we have a lot more, okay, supply and demand things. And so that's not fair, okay? And as far as, you know, I guess, now back to the removing of the rubble. Okay, let the people remove the rubble. Like, when can people go remove? I would want to go clean up my own rubble, even though I can't do it. But I would want to at least have access or some say in it. Like, why would I have to just depend on a task force? Like, we had to trust you guys, no offense, but we had to trust you guys to pick you know, the right people to do
General
this?
public comment.
Okay, now public comment. All right. I am here because one thing I want to say is the cult of Scientology is going, besides the planters, okay, we do finally have a hearing about the removal of the planters. And I think it's a shame that they are forcing the city to take them to court to remove them. But they're paying a lot of money to get a street vacation of a street that is a direct line to a hospital. A street that eases the burden of other streets, okay? We live in a city, right? Lots of cars and population. They also have a red zone, no parking for the whole street, but the city can't prove to me that it's really a no parking street. So what is going on here? And why don't you get it together? Mr. Cesarian, you have the same cult in your district. Keep an eye out. But, and it's just, you know, the level of abuse to the city is ridiculous. And for all you guys for not being able to listen, Ms. Rahman, you still owe me an apology for denying me my right to speak. And you can keep talking to whatever. Thank you. Oh, and hey, Smoke and Scan.
Next speaker.
My name
Good
is
morning. So you have 3
24-inch
minutes
deep
for the
throat.
items and 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin with the items. Go ahead.
Number 11. 我小心翼翼地接近，怕你在梦中惊醒。我只是想轻轻地问问你，你别担心。我知道想要和你在一起并不容易，我们来自不同的天和地，你总是感觉和我一起是漫无边际阴冷的恐惧。我真的好爱你，我愿意改变自己，我愿意为你流浪在戈壁。Item number 12， 只求你不要拒绝，不要离别，不要给我风雪。我真的好爱你，我愿意改变自己，我愿意为你背负一身羊皮。只求你让我靠近，让我爱你，相偎相依。我确定我就是那一只披着羊皮的狼，而你是我的猎物，是我嘴里的羔羊。我抛却同伴独自流浪，就是不愿别人把你分享。我确定这一辈子都会在你身旁。Item number 13，带着火热的心。 随你到任何地方。你让我痴，让我狂，爱你的号角还在山谷。我确定你就是我心中如花的羔羊，你是我的天使，是我的梦想。我搂你在怀里，装进我的身体，让你我的血液交融在一起。你确定看到我为你披上那温柔的羊皮，是一个男人无法流露脆弱的感情。我有多爱你，就有多少柔情。我相信这柔情定能感动天地。General public comment. For the general public comment, I'm here to send an apology to our council member that I listened to the advice to a smoking scan. If I come to this country, I need to have my paperwork ready. So therefore, I did. But however, the council member continued to attacking me, continued to refusing services to me. When I was legal, when I was illegal, the council member Harry Stousen denied me city services. Right now, when I was legal, the city council member, President Harry Stousen, continued to deny me services. I really wish one day, council member, we can be like Martin Luther King. Can we just get along? I really wish our council member do not judge me based on my skin color, but judge me based on the content of my character. Instead of DEI, let's do some DIE. Instead of DEI, let's do some meritocracy. Instead of ignoring people, let's try to help people, especially legalized criminal.
And Speaker, before you begin, just as a reminder to the gentleman who just spoke, if you ever would like a language interpreter, please let us know. If you let us know about 48 hours in advance, we can get them here for you. Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Good morning. General public comment and item 15, please.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm Carlos Singer, Chief of Policy for the LA Area Chamber of Commerce. At the Chamber, we are sensitive to the need to offer assistance to folks who are struggling to pay rent as a direct result of these devastating fires, but we do oppose item 15 because of the serious, if unintended, consequences that would flow from that. This is a moment when we need to draw a historic amount of money to finance the rebuilding of a devastated city. This measure would discourage that by making it less attractive to invest here in Los Angeles. We urge the Council not to take this path and to pursue alternative methods of rent assistance to people in need. Thank you.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Matter number 15.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Christine. I am a landlord. Thank you for allowing us to address the proposed moratorium in light of the recent wildfires. My colleagues and I speak on behalf of the landlords, and we want to express our sincere empathy for both the residents of those affected by these devastating events. We recognize the challenges many individuals are facing and understand the lack of available funding has left residents without needed support. However, we must address concerns regarding potential abuse of any new ordinances, particularly in light of the experience during the COVID-19 pandemic. If a new ordinance is passed, it is essential to include mechanisms to prevent abuse. Tenants seeking protections must firmly disclose any additional occupants or pets before a landlord serves a notice, including providing identification and contact information for new residents. I'm sorry. Got off track there. If a new ordinance is passed, it's essential to include mechanisms to prevent abuse. Tenants seeking protections must firmly disclose any additional occupants or pets before. I'm so sorry. Additionally, short-term rentals such as Airbnb should not be permitted under the new ordinance to ensure protections are not exploded. Tenants should also be required to provide the inability to pay rent specifically due to circumstances caused by wildfires. Thank you for your consideration.
Before our next speaker, I will call a few more names. Can we get Lydia Ponce, Daniel Jimenez, Daniel Telton, Danielle Moskowitz, Danny Garfield, Dexter McClendon, and Edna Monroy?
So again, if you hear your name called, feel free to line up on your left-hand side of the council chambers. Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Hi, I'm speaking to general public comment on item 15.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Christina Boyer. I'm an attorney of public counsel and a member of Keep LA Housed. I urge the council today to vote yes on item 15 as written. The devastation of these fires is severe, untold, and spread all across LA County, all across the city. Tenants were already struggling to pay rent, saddled with rent debt, and one missed paycheck away from losing their homes. The fires have only made this dire situation worse, and people have a real risk of losing their houses. They have been not only destroyed housing, but destroyed businesses, taking away income to pay rent. How can people face more rent increases if they already can't pay their rent? LA City must pause evictions and rent increases to help people struggling to prevent further displacement and homelessness. A 2022 Economic Roundtable study showed that the eviction protections, along with other tenant aid during COVID-19, likely reduced the growth of homelessness in LA by 43%. We need effective protections like this, and we need them urgently.
General public comment.
The risk here are not anywhere near equal. A yes vote risks perhaps a small dip in profits for landlords, which, as the Economic Roundtable has shown, those profits have been high for decades, even in RSO units. A no vote risks thousands, tens of thousands of people losing their home, falling into homelessness. It is a moral imperative to vote yes here today. I hope more tenants are able to speak here today. I hope you genuinely listen to their stories and have your vote reflect their reality. The impacts of these fires are not limited to burn areas, and they are not hypothetical. People all across the city are barely hanging on, losing their income from businesses and houses that burned down, and facing landlords waiting to evict them to bring in higher-paying renters. Real people will lose their homes, be it from evictions or rent increases they can't afford unless these protections are put into place. Please use your power. Use your vote to protect our city of renters. Thank you.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
I'll be speaking on general public comment in item 15.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
I'm here today with Inner City Struggle and Keep LA House Coalition, and I live in District 14. I'm here to urge the council to vote yes on item 15 as written. The wildfires have devastated our communities. Our tenants who are already facing unaffordable rent and persistent rent burdens are now more vulnerable than ever to displacement. Thousands of people have lost their homes, their neighborhoods, and their jobs. We have already seen some landlords taking advantage of the situation and increasing rents, mine included. We need to stop putting profit over people. Price gouging has been out of control as a result of these fires, worsening our affordability crisis. According to a recent report by the Rent Brigade, rent gouging has surged over 5,000% from January 7th to January 18th. Landlords and agents are illegally overcharging renters by $7.7 million per month, amounting to $92.4 million annually above the legal limit. Council must adopt changes to the permanent LARSO rent increase formula. Hundreds of thousands of tenants are about to get 4 to 6%
General public comment.
rent increases for February based on the old formula that has not been updated for 40 years. No tenant should get this increase when the reason of the city's own delays in acting to update this formula. LA City must pause evictions and rent increases to help people struggling to pay rent after losing their income and prevent further displacement and homelessness caused by the fires. Please vote to keep our renters in the city safe and housed during these imaginably difficult times. Thank you.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Number 15,
So you have 1 minute for the item. Go ahead.
the general comment.
One and one. Go ahead.
While the fires were horrible, putting this number 15 in at this point in time after we've just come out of a pandemic is devastating to the housing community. Yes, prices have gone up, but so has insurance and utilities and everything else that we have to pay. It would be wonderful if we could create a fund for the people that are directly affected and not just do a blanket hold on the entire community. Thank you.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Good morning. General public comment and item 15.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Great, thanks. Okay, so good morning. My name is Carla Martinez, and I am with Inner City Struggle, and I'm here with the Keep LA Housed Coalition to support item 15 as written. This motion will bring hundreds of Angelenos relief from rent increases, especially those that have been impacted by the fires. The fires have had a devastating impact on so many people, losing their homes, losing their jobs, and having their lives turned upside down. We already have been struggling with a housing crisis in Los Angeles. The fires will only exacerbate that. Within a matter of days after the fires, there has been an increase of price gouging, making housing inaccessible to working class people that make LA run. According to a recent report by the Rent Brigade, rent gouging has surged by over 5,000% from January 7th to January 18th. Landlords and agents are illegally overcharging renters by $7.7 million per
General public
month,
comment?
amounting to $92.4 million annually above the legal limit. We should not need to depend nor trust private developers to do what is right for the working class people, as they only look after their profit. We should not be in the business of putting profit over people, and shame on anyone who would want to use this disaster to their advantage and profit over people's misery. As a resident of Los Angeles, I completely support item 15 as is in order to make sure we keep Angelenos housed. I urge you to use your power we the people gave you and vote to keep the renters of the city safe and housed during these unimaginably difficult times. Thank you.
Just a note, because a number of our speakers are on item 15, I just want to note for everybody that there's one at least significant amendment to 15 that's been posted on the bulletin board. I want to make sure everybody has had a chance to look at that in advance of their comments. Thank you.
Put on your red dress, Tracy.
Which items would you,
Tell
good morning,
us
which
who
items would you like to
you're
speak
all
to?
about. Lydia Ponce, item 15 and 1.
So you have 1 minute so you have 2 minutes for the items. That's item 15 and item number 1. Go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you. Can you start my time over? Thank you. It's amazing how we're given a minute per agenda item, no matter where we come from in the greater part of Los Angeles. I came from Venice, and it's interesting how we call this public engagement when y'all aren't listening.
Speaker, you're welcome to speak to this during general public comment if you'd like, but
This
please
is
stick.
general public comment.
Okay.
And the fact that you just took away 3 of my seconds. What it is here is we have a failure to communicate, because I think when you're doing press conferences, you too should be allowed 1 minute per item, 1 minute per topic. So that way we can go, time is up. Because y'all are calling this public engagement and you're not listening to any of us. No one. You don't listen to any of us, but now you're listening. Because what I'm saying is that we have to be better relatives. These fires and the earthquake yet to happen should be making us all humble in our hearts, to have humility, to know who we are and what we're about. None of you can touch the mutual aid that's being offered and all over Los Angeles. You can't duplicate it because it comes from the heart. You show up and send people to help, but they don't even know how to merge and yield. Not all of you, some of you. Because the better part of the mutual aid is going to be here to stay after the feeble and the ones that want to take selfies to gift people the essential things that they need. We know the fake mutual aid exists. We know them. They're about themselves. We've been doing it since before COVID. Item 15. How dare anybody try to align and hip check the housing, the affordable housing and the moderate housing that's going to be made available for the people who go and take care of the children up in the Palisades and the Brentwood and all the other areas that burn, minus Eaton, all working hard working people. Have any of the fire victims called their employees to check on how they're doing, how they're going to pay their rent, how they're going to pay their cell phone, if they have any money to eat? A lot of people lost their jobs, and that's why we need to pass number 15. You need to vote yes. It's for the working people who were trying to make ends meet before the fires. Those fires happened because the same people who are victims of the fires did not want the shelters to open during the atmospheric river. They did not want the shelters there to house unhoused people. They did not want the poor people to take shelter from the hurricane that happened. That's the truth, and I speak from my heart. Did you listen to me? Did you hear me? Do the right thing. Vote yes on number 15.
So as we wait for the next speaker, just one quick announcement for everyone. So if you would like to provide additional public comment, or if you'd like to provide public comment solely in writing, there is the ability to do so. You can do so at lacouncilcomment.com, and that allows you to comment on any council file that exists. Sorry. Good morning. If you could please, what items would you like to speak to?
15 in general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
All right. Hello, my name is Daniel. I'm from LA CAN, Human and Civil Rights Committee. I live in CD1. I'd like to comment on item 15 and general public comment. I urge the council to vote yes on item 15 as written. The wildfires have devastated our communities, compounding a housing crisis that has been expanding for decades due to housing affordability, housing availability, and poverty. Tenants who are already facing unaffordable rent and persistent rent burden are now more vulnerable than ever to displacement. Thousands of people have lost their homes, their neighborhoods, and their jobs. Tens of thousands more, already living on the street or in other precarious situations, face death, disease, and displacement daily. Price gouging has also been out of control as a result of these fires, worsening our affordability crisis and making the ongoing crisis of houselessness even worse. According to a recent report by the Rent Brigade, rent gouging has surged by over 5,000% from January 7th to January 18th. Landlords and agents are illegally overcharging renters by $7.7 million per month, amounting to $92.4 million annually above the legal limit. For my own part, I lost work due to the fires, work that I was counting on for this early in the year, so I'm floating on credit until I can find a way to plug that hole. I hear a lot of talk about the cost of the fires on landlords and tenants alike. If you kick the cost down to the people least able to pay, you will sow a problem that you will reap later on, compounding the many kicking of the cans down the road that we are currently experiencing. So because of all that, I'm going to ask you please to vote yes on item 15. Thank you.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Item 15, vote no, please.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item. Go ahead.
My name is Dexter McClendon. I'm from the inner city of Los Angeles. I've been in Los Angeles a numerous amount of years, and I built a few amount of properties that now I have rental properties, and I've always
Can you
gave
pause
back
this
to the
time for
city.
just a second? Speaker, can you lift the mic up just a little bit so we can, it moves. Yep, perfect. Thank you. Go ahead. Continue.
I've always gave back to the city, and fortunately, I was able to get a few rental properties and help with the homeless such crisis. A few years ago, I've housed affordable housing for income, but I'm on the verge of losing my properties. The reason I'm on the verge of losing my properties because of COVID, the increase we didn't have for a numerous amount of years, and finally we got an increase. But everything has increased on my taxes, insurance, registration, apartment registrations, property taxes, energy, and even DWP. So it's very, very hard for me to maintain the properties with the increases. So the 4% increase that we are getting is really not enough. I'm still on the verge of losing my properties. So I understand about the fire, and I'm from the inner city. So the fire in the inner city is not, I'm from District 8. And that's a little bit different from Palisades and Santa Monica. Those people from those parts are moving there, but in the inner city, it's hard for me to maintain my properties, I only can continue with a small amount of increase. I don't have a lot of properties, but I'm on the verge of losing them. So please, please, understand, everybody in here doesn't, is not, after the tenants to make money. We're here to help the people, to house people, and help people, and their families. Thank you so much.
Before our next speaker, can we get Robert Natoff, Maria Briones, Josh L., Kyle Nelson, George Gamboa, Gerald Wright, and Jenny Colon.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
15 in general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Hello and good morning, City Council. My name is Daniel Jimenez. I'm the Director of Community Organizing with the Inner City Struggle and a member of the Keep LA House Coalition. And I'm here today also to represent all of the people that are actually standing outside because there was no more room in this place, right? For them to share their stories, by the way, compelling stories of how this topic is impacting their lives. First, let me just send prayers, right, to those that have been impacted by the fires. The fires have a devastated impact in the city of Los Angeles, but especially those ones that lost their homes and their communities and their jobs, right? However, the impact has spread across Los Angeles, and is not just going to impact those that were predominantly, impacted by the fires, but it's going to have a devastating impact across all income levels, across all city of Los Angeles, impacting the housing market as we know it today. I'm here today because item 15 is so important for our communities. I'm here today to ask you to vote yes on item 15 as is, but as I was standing there, I also realized that the freeze was taken out of the motion, which is devastating for our communities. If we learn anything from what happened in Hawaii, please just, read a couple articles if you haven't done so, but really, take a look into how landlords came into displaced people, right? The same thing is happening today in Los Angeles. The same thing will continue to happen if we don't do anything to protect those that are most impacted. Last, I just want to say that as a community organizer, I see this every day in our communities. People are coming in, letting us know that there's owner move-ins coming in. Landlords are using different tactics, and that's what they do, right? They use different tactics to get people out. Why? Because they want better paying tenants, and also they want to house probably fire victims. So do the right thing. Vote yes on 15.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Number 15.
Hold on. We're making sure that the mic is on so we can hear you.
Let me see. Number 15.
Okay, try it again.
Number 15. Okay. Still not working. Oh,
Perfect.
now.
We can hear you now. So
Good
I heard
morning,
number
everybody.
15.
Number 15 and public comment.
Okay, so
General comment.
you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute
Yes.
for general. Please
Okay.
begin with the item. Go
Thank
ahead.
you very much. I hope every single council is listening to what I'm going to say. It's very important. It's an urgency that we put a pause on rental increases. First of all, we go through a lot of harassment from our landlords. We go through having nothing fixed in our apartments, yet they want an increase on the rents every single year. For years, we have been paying the increases year after year. And I think this is a matter of just having a heart and listen to your constituents. We are going through hell right now. There's a lot of price gouging, there's a lot of abuse, and we need to pay attention to our voices. It is very important. It's urgent. I'm on the street, but I went through hell with my landlord, with my landlady. So it is very important. People are suffering right now. They're not going to be
General
able.
public comment?
They're going to be able to pay the rent because they're not making enough money right now. And also, they have to decide whether they pay the rent or whether they eat or whether they pay their medications. So one thing has to accommodate to the other. It is necessary, it is an emergency, and I hope Mr. Council Dawson could listen to the tenants on 39th Street and also the tenants in Dorset Village. And we had been trying to see you and have a meeting with you. You have not listened to us, or at least we haven't heard back. So please, can you make a compromise with us and say, yes, I will? I guess not. Thank you very much. Have a blessed day.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
I'd like to speak to item 15 and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item.
My name is Danny, and I co-manage a family-owned property management company. First off, I'd like to thank City Council for the recent amendment striking out the rent freeze from item 15. Despite that, I am strongly against item 15. When the previous multi-year eviction moratorium was put in place, housing providers were told not to worry for a variety of reasons. We were told not all of our tenants would avail themselves of these protections, only those affected. But we manage buildings wherein some 40% of our tenants evoked these protections and didn't pay some of them for the duration. We were told that rent wasn't being waived, it was just being deferred. But you can't say that somebody needs 12 months of full rental relief and that that same person will suddenly be able to pay $30,000 of debt all at once in a lump sum next year. It's dishonest, and we know it didn't happen. We were told that rent relief programs would pay the debt of our tenants and that we wouldn't be left holding the bag. But that relief largely never came. As this council is aware, rent relief efforts paid a fraction of the total debt that housing providers accrued and is no longer able to be collected. My company alone was forced to endure a city-mandated loss of about $2 million. My company used to build housing in Los Angeles, and we have stopped out of fear. We won't buy or build here. For the last year, as an LA native, I've been defending the city, saying that the previous protections were a necessary and unique one-off. But if this item passes, I'm wrong. If it passes, there's no foreseeable event or emergency which can or will not be used to punish local housing providers and turn them into the subsidy of political convenience. I'll be wrong, and LA will have proven not to be a safe place to build housing. Lastly, I just want to ask, if you're here for item 15, if you're a housing provider, if you could just maybe rise to your feet for a moment and show how important and scary this is to all of us and show how many of us have come here to speak on this issue. This is terrifying for us, and if it creates a pattern, 2 for 2, I can't justify and argue that this remains a safe place to run housing. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll speak on item 15 and general comment, please.
Good morning. You have 2 minutes for
Thank
you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. So
Thank you.
please begin with the items. Go ahead.
Thank you. I am a housing provider. I've been to the devastation in Eaton Canyon, and I've brought people into my home in orders that they have been housed. Item 15, as earlier proposed, is clearly a maneuver to continue to push a destructive political agenda using the devastation of the wildfires as an excuse. It appears, ladies and gentlemen, that some of you are unaware that this body's leadership position is tenuous. You have lost your moral authority, all your policies have failed, and you've squandered our money. It's over, ladies and gentlemen. Tinseltown is destroyed, and the curtain is pulled back from Oz. We all see the incompetence, mismanagement, and negligence of your policies that has turned our beautiful city into hell and impoverished its residents. Gavin Newsom has been served that he is being recalled. Mayor Bass is in the process. Today, members of this body are attempting to double down and burden housing providers still reeling from the last failed totalitarian ruling. Radical utopian ideology is not good basic governance. Destruction is the basis for this ideology. It is the housing industry that can save the city, and once again, some of you are attempting to destroy it rather than build. Your vote today will determine your future, and the outcome of the elections in the next 17 months. Item 15, the amendment on the rate freeze is acceptable, but the eviction moratorium is not. vote no on the eviction moratorium. Thank you.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
I'm here to speak on item 15 and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Edna Monroy, and I'm with SAGE and the Keep LA House Coalition. First and foremost, I want to thank the council members for doing what needs to get done today. I also want to uplift the fact that there's over 100 people waiting outside. Most of them are tenants. It's cold, and we know who is out here taking up most of the spots, right? We're hearing from landlords, but we're not hearing from tenants who are the ones that are being directly impacted, are getting evicted, and lost their jobs. Landlords need to get jobs. That's a reality, and stop depending on tenants. I'm here to speak on the fact of the matter that the LARSO formula is still not updated. This allows these greedy landlords to keep taking advantage of already rent-burdened tenants that need to take out loans, figure out what to do to be able to cover rent instead of providing for their families. These are tenants that have lost their jobs due to the fires, and a lot of us are impacted due to the toxic air. That's going to be studied down the road, right? When a lot of us are going to be dealing with cancer due to the fires. Now, why can't we do the right thing and pass an eviction moratorium, a real one with teeth, so no more tenants like myself that actually got evicted from Council District 10 and now have been displaced and are living in Council District 9 don't go through the same thing. We need to do what's right. We need to update the LARSO formula. We need to listen to directly impacted people. And we also need to pass an actual and real eviction moratorium so these landlords don't keep taking advantage, keep price gouging like my landlord who is flipping a LARSO property to allegedly move in when we know that she's not gonna move into a LARSO unit. They keep using the law and abusing the law, playing tricks, and nothing gets done. Do what's right. Thank you.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Buenos días. Voy a hablar en el punto número 15 y comentario público.
Hello, good morning. I'm going to speak on item 15 and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Tiene un minuto para el tema y un minuto para el comentario público. Por favor, comience con el tema. Gracias.
Mi nombre es Sofía Mendoza, soy miembro de ACE y vivo en el Distrito 9.
My name is Sofia Mendoza. I am a member of ACE and I live in District 9.
Sí, estoy aquí para pedirle a todos los concejales que voten sí en el número 15. ¿Por qué? Porque esto es importante para nosotros como inquilinos, sí, ya que mi esposo solamente trabaja y él trabaja tiempo y medio, sí, y para pagar renta, y si hay aumento de renta, no nos va a alcanzar, prácticamente nos vamos a quedar en la calle.
Yes, so I am here to ask the council members to vote yes for item number 15. Why? Because it is important for us. It is important for us as renters because with me and my husband paying rent, him being the sole provider, he has to work time and a half to keep up with the rent increases.
Sí, y también les pido que ya tenemos un año pidiendo la fórmula para el control de renta, pero ustedes no las han traído, ¿sí? No sé qué está pasando.
And we also, I ask of you, we have 1 year asking for the formula for the rent control, the prices of rent control, and it has not happened yet. We don't understand what's going on.
Y también les pido que haya un congelamiento de renta, porque ahora que hubo los incendios, mucha gente se quedaron sin trabajo. Se quedaron gente que trabajaba en casa, en
General public
negocios.
comment.
And I am also asking for you to freeze rent right now, to pause it, because many people have been impacted by the wildfires. Many people have lost their jobs. Many people, even who work from home, are unable to do their jobs.
¿sí? Ellos no pueden pagar la renta. Ahorita lo que andan haciendo es buscar trabajo. Yo conozco gente, amigos que se quedaron sin trabajo, ¿sí? Por eso, y entonces por eso le pido un congelamiento de renta. Por favor, tengan conciencia ustedes.
Why? Because we need you guys to pause this rent. There's many people who are unable to pay their rent right now because they do not have work. They're unable to do this. So please, we ask you guys to be conscious and aware of what is going on.
Y que pongan atención todos los concejales que voten sí. Por favor, gracias.
And pay attention, all council members, please vote yes.
Before our next speaker, I will call a few more names. Can we get Eloisa Galindo, Eric Maman, Erica Jimenez, Faiza Malik, Fred Sutton, Jenny, and Mark Landeros?
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Good morning. I'm here to speak on item 15 in general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the items. Go
Thank
ahead.
you so much. Good morning, Council President Harris Dawson and members of the council. My name is Rob Notoff. I'm the Deputy Chief of Staff at the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor, where we proudly represent over 800,000 union members throughout the county, including our brave first responders. Our construction workers are going to lead the rebuild effort, and our city workers. And within the labor, and we're here to speak in favor of item 15. And within the labor family, we've had over 5,000 union members who have been impacted by these fires, be it loss of their place of employment, loss of food, or their inability to pay utility bills due to having to evacuate their homes and or their place of employment. 1,000 of our members have lost everything, including their home. And these numbers only continue to rise as we establish more and more contact and assess the damage that's truly been done within the labor family. These members who are trying to piece back together their lives are now at the mercy of the housing market, and unfortunately, in times like these, we see the best in people and we see the worst. We've seen Angelenos band together to enact unprecedented mutual aid efforts, and we've seen others take advantage of this moment through price gouging and other unscrupulous practices.
General public comment?
Item 15 helps to ensure that our members who lost everything, including the housekeepers, nannies, gardeners, and workers who lost their place of employment like our grocery workers, our teachers, and others, have a fighting chance at finding a place to rest their heads and house their families. In closing, there are 3 basic needs for survival, just to remind this council: food, water, and shelter. And item 15 helps to ensure shelter for all, and that's why we're in strong favor of moving this today. Thank you so much for your time.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Yes, my name is Jorge. I'm a landlord. And I'm going to share a different perspective on the homelessness crisis and everything else in the city. Real quickly, I came to this country when I was 12, son of a single mother. Study, work, East LA. From East LA, directly I went to an Ivy League school. My mother earned $1.45 an hour. With that, we pay rent, we pay food, we paid our clothing, and I went to school. All of that without using the government's money. I went to an Ivy League school, I went to professional school, and since then I started saving and buying property. No one gave me the money to buy property. I earned it myself. And ever since then, I've been buying property in LA. Now, I don't get it how people talk about millions. 4% increase, that's $40 and $1,000 rent. What are they talking about millions? 40% is nothing. 4% is
General
nothing.
public comment?
The homelessness crisis is a crisis created by the city, state, and federal government because you don't let people learn how to live. You don't let people work from early age to study, to work, to buy food, buy shelter. You have created a homelessness crisis that you're not going to get away with it because you continue to feed a society that depends, it's addicted on free rent, free roof, free medical, and even free medical legal advice. If you're going to change the homelessness crisis, you need to change your attitude and your way of thinking about it. And you're not going to do it by feeding a society that needs to be food, house, and everything else. Change it. If you want a homelessness crisis resolved, you need to change 40 years of disgrace and failed policies. No on 15.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
David Gaishan, Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. I'd like to speak on item 15 and general public comment, please.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please
Thank
begin
you.
with the item. Go ahead.
The magnitude of this motion will impact all rental housing providers and drive thousands of small mom-and-pop rental housing providers out of business. It will purposefully, again, create mountains of unpaid back rent for tens of thousands of renters that will be unable to pay this delayed rent and face mass evictions as a result. We urge the City Council to step back from this catastrophic motion and send it back to the LA Wildfire Recovery Ad Hoc Committee for extensive further consideration, revision, and analysis. The rent increase freeze will cause massive evictions due to the same misunderstandings by renters wrongfully believing that they do not owe the rent versus only delaying when they must pay it. This is a trap for many good renters that have the means to pay, including wildfire victims, due to insurance proceeds, FEMA, and nonprofit assistance. As a result, thousands of renters will face evictions that would never have fallen behind except for the freeze, as we saw happen with COVID-19. The eviction moratorium will prohibit bad actor renters from being removed and freeing up needed housing for wildfire victims. Eviction is a last resort used to remove repeated bad actor renters. The vast majority of renters facing eviction have already been in the process for months. That has nothing to do with the fires and will only allow them to continue to wrongfully monopolize housing needed by wildfire victims. We beg the City Council to follow proper procedure to safeguard the public welfare by sending this motion to the LA Wildfire Recovery Committee for further discussion and refinement. Thank you.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
I'm speaking on items 15 and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Okay, very good. Gerard Wright with the Greater Los Angeles Realtors. For the housing providers in the room, could you please stand quietly with your signs, please? If you could do that. The timing of this motion couldn't, the proposed motion couldn't be worse, not just as members have already mentioned regarding the COVID, they having PTSD from the COVID pandemic in terms of the lost rents and other opportunities. What this is also going to do is put in jeopardy important programs that the mayor is implementing. For example, Housing for Vets. These are the same housing providers that would like to house veterans, but a policy like this will deter them from doing that because they don't feel much confidence that the City Council is going to follow through on said rules and said orders. The other component to this is the methodology that some of the tenant advocates have used in the study. These include that the price gouging locations are more than 2/3 in the luxury rental markets. These are up in Brentwood, Hollywood Hills, Venice, the canals of Venice, Palisades. These are areas that are normally above market rate anyways. So this is, the logic is very faulty. Most importantly, with respect to the increase for housing providers to maintain the property, but also maintain themselves as small business owners. Utilities have gone up, which you guys have a direct impact with DWP. Trash fees have gone up, same thing. This is just going to create bad policy left and right here. And I would urge that there was a particular proposal back in 2022 called Measure ULA that the same tenant advocates have used and said, hey, there's an opportunity to fund to help people in need of this. Why aren't we looking into that? Because that was basically what the voters asked for. Why isn't this concluded in the conversation? Because it's more assistance that's needed, not a blanket policy that's going to be detrimental to not just tenants, but also housing providers. Thank you so very much for your time and attention. I'll close with this. The gadflies that are coming up here right now, they need to learn from John Walsh. I long for those days.
Speaker,
Thank you
your
very
time
much.
has expired. Next speaker. Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Item 15 in general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, council members. I'm a CD5 resident and speaking in favor of item 15. The fires have devastated lives, homes, and businesses. Renters from across the city and income spectrum have been affected. And it's now been weeks without an emergency ordinance. We can't wait any longer. A targeted eviction moratorium should not be controversial. As written, this motion does not affect landlords' abilities to use the courts. It merely gives tenants a defense to use in court if their landlord attempts to illegally evict them.
This motion includes common sense protections that will comprehensively protect all Angelenos in the aftermath of the citywide crisis, where thousands of displaced Angelenos are entering an unstable housing market, facing price gouging, no-fault evictions, and economic hardship due to the fires. I respectfully urge all of you to vote yes on the motion, and again, it's long past time. Thank you very much.
Hi.
Good morning. Which
Good morning.
items?
Item 15 in general.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. This is my first time doing this. My name is Eric Maman, and it's an honor to speak before this body. I'm not here on behalf of any landlord organization or tenant organization. I'm just here to give you the perspective of a small mom and pop landlord who happens to own a couple of small rental properties in the city of Los Angeles. And I'm here today to urge you to not institute another citywide eviction moratorium that's based merely on the non-payment of rent. When I heard that after the fire, the city was going to prohibit evictions that are based on taking in folks who've lost their homes, I thought that was a great idea, and I applaud anyone who is taking in those people who've been displaced. But when I heard that the city was considering a new blanket moratorium on evictions for non-payment of rent for anybody in the city of Los Angeles who signs a piece of paper claiming hardship from the fires, I was floored. I just think it's an insane overreach which would result in severe hardship for thousands of small landlords like myself who rely on those rent checks
General
every
public
month to
comment?
pay our bills, including our skyrocketing insurance premiums. This is not COVID, which impacted our entire society. This was a fire that devastated a particular part of our city for sure, and the city should be tailoring its efforts to address the displacement that has occurred and not using this as a reason to allow tenants citywide who still have their apartments to stop paying rent. And yes, I realize there are a handful of folks who worked up in the Palisades and others who are experiencing financial hardship. But a citywide eviction moratorium is a drastically disproportionate and poorly tailored response to the scope of that problem. And experience tells us there will be abuse by some, not by all and not even by most, but for a small landlord, even one tenant not paying rent with no ability to evict can be an extreme hardship. It's just poor public policy, and whatever other measures you do here today, I beg of you, please do not do another blanket citywide moratorium. Thank you.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Buenos días, tardes. Mi nombre es Tomasa Martínez. Necesito traducción, por favor.
Yes, good morning. My name is Tomasa Martinez. I need translation, please.
Okay, and which items would you like to speak to?
¿Sobre qué temas quiere hablar?
Vivo en el distrito 14. Voy a hablar en el punto 15 y comentario público.
I live in District 14. I'm going to speak on item 15 and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general public comment. And can we, perfect, thank you. Go ahead.
Tiene un minuto para el tema y un minuto para comentario público y por favor hablen frases cortas. Gracias.
Soy responsable de lo que digo, porque lo siento. Estos propietarios son ricos por nosotros y no tienen llena. Hay mucha diferencia entre un propietario rico.
Yes, I am accountable for what I am saying. These landlords have been causing difficulty for us. They are rich people.
Hay mucha diferencia entre un propietario rico y un inquilino de bajos recursos.
And there is a big difference between a rich landlord and a tenant with low resources.
Mas en realidad no somos pobres, porque a pesar de eso les damos de comer y de vestir.
And we are not actually poor because despite that, we are still able to provide food and clothing.
Y una vida llena de lujos.
A life full of luxuries.
Es por eso que traen sus trajecitos nuevecitos, porque tal vez con un mes de renta un inquilino se los pagó.
And that's why they are able to have their luxury suits, because just 1 month of rent by tenants has paid for that.
Entonces les pido, concejales, que hagan valer sus asientos donde están para el pueblo, porque el pueblo les puso ahí donde están.
Then that is why I ask you, council members, to take charge and to use the power that you have been given to in those seats that you have, because it is the public itself that has given you that power.
Congelen las rentas porque estamos en emergencia y apoyen Larso. Gracias.
And freeze the rent because we are in a state of emergency and support Larso. Thank you.
Thank you. And before the next speaker begins, if you've already given your public comment, again, you don't have to leave, but I understand that there are people who are waiting to come in who would also like to provide their public comment. So if you rotate out, it allows us to let new people in. Again, we're not saying you have to leave, but as a courtesy, that's something you might want to consider. Good morning.
Good
Which
morning.
items would you like to speak to?
Item 15 and public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item.
Thank you. Members of the City Council, my name is Mark Landeros and I live in CD 14. As a property manager in Los Angeles for a developer who has been creating jobs and homes for Angelenos for the past 30 years, and myself as a landlord providing rent-controlled housing for some of our city's most vulnerable tenants, I am deeply concerned about the proposal for another rental eviction moratorium. While I fully support the idea that no one should lose their home during a pandemic or natural disaster, the policies implemented during COVID created consequences that significantly harmed landlords and developers. Since the beginning of COVID, I've seen firsthand how many tenants have taken advantage of these policies by making false claims to avoid paying rent, by enabling renters to self-certify without requiring any verification. The city is incentivizing dishonesty and straining relationships between landlords and tenants. Measures such as this are undermining the system's integrity. Yes, we should protect vulnerable renters, and as landlords, many of us have gone above and beyond to help tenants during these difficult times.
General public comment.
I urge the City Council to approach this issue with fairness and common sense. The gentleman who spoke earlier from District 8, he is a local homegrown entrepreneur. What an inspiration he is, and he is about to lose his homes. You must require tenants to show proof of hardship. Placing the entire burden of landlords is unjust and unsustainable. Verification should be the baseline requirement. We property owners lack the resources to continue absorbing losses. Several of my colleagues have lost their personal homes in the fires as well. We are all affected by this disaster. We are not asking for special treatment. We're asking for fairness, accountability, and recognition that housing providers are vital partners in addressing the city's challenges. Thank you.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
15 and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
My name is Faiza Malik, and I'm a managing attorney at Public Counsel. I'm also a CD11 tenant and know many families who lost homes in the Palisades fire in our district. Legal aid organizations like Public Counsel are intaking numerous tenant issues across the city and county at disaster recovery centers right now. Tenants who have lost their jobs because the fires now can't pay rent and access emergency relief, tenants getting notices of landlords not wanting to renew their leases, numerous stories of owner move-in evictions, a 32-year Larso tenancy in Echo Park is being evicted to move in the landlord's daughter who lost their home in the fires, landlords trying to get around rent gouging laws, landlords refusing to make repairs. None of these issues are addressed by the council motion to protect tenants taking in occupants and pets. And hundreds of thousands of tenants in the city are about to get a 4 to 6% rent increase in February because the city failed to update the RSO formula last year. We can't afford more strain on our already strained housing stock. Our system is already strained. We need to learn lessons from other disasters, evictions, and rent increased after the tragic fires in Maui, and we can't let that happen here in LA. We need stronger tenant protections, and we need to build more affordable housing. Projects like the approved Venice Del project, which Councilmember Park unfortunately opposes. I want to read this comment from a CD11 tenant facing eviction who reached out to me but couldn't get off work today to be here. My name is Erin McDonough. I've lived in a rent-stabilized unit in Brentwood for 8 years and love this community and my district. In the aftermath of the fires, I'm facing an owner move-in eviction. I know neighbors who are also facing similar situations as a ripple effect of the devastating impact of the fires. I fully support measures that can help renters, particularly those in rent-stabilized housing in these difficult times. And I'll just add that Erin also told me that lots of people who lost their homes in the Palisades are now trying to move into rentals in Brentwood and are pushing down on the rental market there, and a lot of landlords are trying to increase the rents. And so it's not just, it's tenants all over the city, but I also want to highlight that it's CD11 tenants who are facing this right now. Thank you.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
I'm speaking on a general comment and 15.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Erica Jimenez. I'm here today with the Keep LA House Coalition. I'm speaking on support of item 15. You need to provide eviction protections for all affected renters' households for 1 year and to pause rent increases for all residential units for a year. A rent pause is necessary because of the fact that the City Council has yet to update and implement the Larso rent increase formula, which the council could have done at any point since fall of 2024, but haven't. Tenants should not have to pay hundreds to thousands of dollars more in rent due to the council's inaction on this important issue, especially at this moment when tenants across the city have been affected by the fire-related economic hardship and rampant price gouging, like the previous attorney just said, on the rental market by the same landlords demanding that you do not support tenants. You have to understand that the Palisades fires affected everyone, affected the working class, women and men who lost their jobs due to these fires. The least we can do is to protect them from price gouging and protecting them by putting an eviction protection and stop rent increases for a whole year. I respectfully urge all council members to vote yes on the motion as is without any amendments. Thank you.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Buenos días, mi nombre es Eloisa, voy a hablar en el punto 15.
Good morning, my name is
Comentario
Eloise and I'm
público.
going to talk about number 15.
Okay, so
Voy
you
a
have
hablar en
1
español.
minute.
I'm going to speak in Spanish. Tiene un
Can we start
minuto.
our time over?
Vamos a comenzar su tiempo de nuevo.
Hoy estoy aquí a favor del punto 15
I am here today in favor of number 15
y de que haya más protecciones para los inquilinos.
and in support of more protections for renters.
Yo soy una madre indígena y yo quiero decirles a los que han dicho que no trabajamos que he trabajado en costura.
I am an indigenous mother and I want to say to the people who say that we don't work that I've worked
Yo sé que
sewing.
muchos que están aquí están a favor del capitalismo.
I know that a lot of people who are here are in favor of capitalism.
Muchos no van a votar apoyando el punto 15.
A lot of them are not going to vote in favor of number 15.
Aquí tengo las pruebas de cómo Asociación de Apartamentos y la industria de edificios paga campañas políticas para que voten a favor de ellos y se hagan más ricos.
Here I have proof of how the Apartment Owners Association and the building industry pays political campaigns so that they can make more money.
La vida está así, aquí está el capitalismo.
And we can see here, here's capitalism.
Ya tenemos a Donald Trump.
We already have Donald Trump.
Aquí tenemos a la gente obrera
And here we have the laborers
que lucha cada día por salir adelante.
that fights day to day to make ends meet.
Hoy están pasando por falta de trabajo, por enfermedades.
Now because of the lack of work, they are getting sick.
Y lo peor que están viviendo ahorita son las redadas.
And the worst that they're living through is all these different webs.
Estando en la junta
General
con
public comment.
padres, están pensando que no van a tener para pagar sus rentas porque
Parents
han
are-
perdido sus trabajos.
Parents are thinking that they're not going to be able to pay their rent because they've lost their jobs.
Y muchos de aquí que están de asociación de apartamentos, no me digan que no es un negocio bienes raíces.
And those of you who are here from the Apartment Association, don't come here and tell me that it's not a real estate agency business.
Claro que están ganando mucho, por eso están invirtiendo.
Of course you're making a lot of money. That is why you're investing.
Pueden investigar en los edificios que se parecen egipcios en el centro de Los Ángeles. 70% están vacíos.
You can go look at the different apartment buildings, the one that look empty. 70% of them are empty.
Llevamos un año viviendo para que pasen Tajo.
We have been waiting 1 year for them to pass Tahoe.
Si tuvieran protecciones para los inquilinos y pasaran Tajo,
If we had protections for renters and they passed Tahoe,
muchos de esos apartamentos que están en el centro del capitalismo pudieran a dar hogares a muchos homeless.
lots of those buildings that are in the center of capitalism would have been able to provide homes for a lot of the homeless people.
Ustedes como políticos tienen la responsabilidad de proteger a las comunidades pobres, a las comunidades
You guys, as politicians, have the responsibility to protect poor communities.
a las comunidades que hacen
Speaker, your
grandes
time has
Los
expired.
Ángeles, la segunda economía más grande.
The community that makes Los Angeles great, the second largest economy.
Before our next speaker, I will call up a few more names. Can we get Jess Bond, George Gamboa, Josh L., Kyle Nelson, and Mahogany Rhodes?
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
General and item 15.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Erica, and I'm a resident of Council District 3. Our landlord started a no-fault eviction on my family, and I am here for you to vote yes on eviction moratorium. Our first email was received coincidentally the day of the fires. Even if we give him the benefit of the doubt, he followed up with a second email on January 8th. This is 3 weeks after I had cervical disc replacement and physically can't move. He asked us to be out by the end of the month, which is ridiculous and not even, 60-day minimum, I believe, is no fault. He followed that up again on the 13th with a termination letter, and again on the 18th, which he mailed from Miami. There are no homes in our area to rent. Everything has gone up over 200%. There's no place for my family to go. And as scary and tenuous as my family situation is, I know that so many families have it even worse. I'm blessed to have the opportunity to advocate for myself, my family, and my community. Not everybody has these same privileges. Thank you.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
All available items in general public comment.
Okay, and again, since it's been a while, just for everyone's benefit, the items that are open for public comment are items number 1, items 9 through 15. So again, items number 1 and items 9 through 15.
Okay.
So you have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the items. Go ahead.
Thank you. Will all the housing providers please stand again and hold their signs? Fred Sutton with the California Apartment Association. These housing providers and our members are responsible housing providers that house LA. We urge you not to move forward with item 15. A citywide rent freeze and a self-attestation program is not right. We saw these types of policies abused in COVID, and it only undermines efforts to help those truly devastated by these tragic fires. Unlike COVID, there is no citywide unemployment crisis or forced shutdowns. There's also no rental assistance fund, meaning tenants would be set up to incur large debt without a safety net. Those who lost jobs should qualify for unemployment. And for those that don't, they should be immediately put in the front of the line for available ULA funds. This council already passed an eviction moratorium for displaced persons, and we stand for full enforcement of the price gouging laws, which is largely confined to single-family
Speaker,
homes.
you've exhausted your 1 minute on item 15, so I'm going to ask that you move on to the other items first.
I'll go on to general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
That is a common sense response. Let's keep our focus on the real recovery and on efforts that don't make this tragic situation worse. Thank you for all you do.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
15 in general.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. Good morning. My name is Jess. I work as a housing provider in the city of Los Angeles, and I strongly oppose item 15. Both the city and the state of California have extended numerous protections to tenants already. Aside from the multitude of existing tenant protections that already exist, LA recently passed relief funds for Valley residents who lost income due to wildfires. Plus, there are many who are eligible for relief under the LA Region Worker Relief Fund, and EDD offers disaster unemployment assistance. Implementing a moratorium at this stage is a massive overreach. There are many other ways the city can provide help to people affected by the fire. For example, a 90-day moratorium wherein tenants would need to provide some sort of proof that they were actually affected and were attempting to mitigate their lost wages would be a much fairer option than to what was proposed. No other business in this city is expected to continue to provide services for free in the way that housing providers have been asked to do. Not grocers, not
General public comment?
not grocers, not car dealerships, not even public transportation. Please take the time to come up with a fair, common sense method to send targeted help to those who've lost wages without disrupting a housing market that is already struggling under the weight of overregulation. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Item number 15 in general comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. First of all, I think you spoke beautifully, Jess. There were a number of people who spoke quite eloquently and articulately and got into some of the economic realities that we face as housing providers. Initially, that's the direction that I was going to go, but it doesn't seem like it's necessary because everybody's done such a great job in explaining that reality. We're here because of a state of emergency. There are people that lost their homes. This is a tragic, tragic situation, clearly. But this motion, as proposed by Mr. Soto Martinez, is way overreaching and ultimately does not reach or bring the intended goal to task. Unfortunately, members of this council, certain members of this council, have a bigger agenda, a different agenda, something beyond just helping the people of the city get through these tragedies. They are looking at an opportunity.
General public comment?
General comment. They're taking an opportunity here to advance that agenda on the coattails of this horrible tragedy and emergency. I want to remind everyone that there are landlords who will be guilty of price gouging, and there are things that are implemented that are here in place to protect tenants from that. But equally, there are many tenants that are being opportunistic, and we need to protect all of the constituents in your districts, not just the selected few. And landlords, Mr. Soto Martinez, I know this is a passion project for yours. I went down the rabbit hole as a member of the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America. Clearly, you have a different view and a different agenda. This is not the time for that. The same with Ms. Rahman, the same with Gerardo and the other members of the Democratic Socialists. I applaud the common sense members, Mr. McCosker, Lee, Park, who are actually considering what's being said here today and the impacts that this will have on the people that are providing the housing in this community that is so desperately needed. Thank you.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Public comment, item 15.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Okay. I have a sister that lost her home, and I was once a tenant. So my life has covered both sides. This has gone beyond the fire during COVID. During COVID, there were no increases. We were in a crisis as tenants and as housing providers. Housing providers were intended to continue operating their buildings like everything was normal. After 4 years, we got 4%, which equals 1% a year. Everybody's gotten more than 1% increase, whether it be a job or Home Depot, goods and services. I have workers that says, well, you know, I can't work for $200 anymore. I need $250, $275. So apartment buildings need roofs. Personally, I had to put on 3 roofs. The price went from $17,000 to $33,000.
General public comment?
However, that I have tenants that haven't paid in years, and they still exist there. And the building needs work. Sewer lines need to be replaced. And most landlords cannot be here because we have to handle such crises. And I was really surprised that a number of landlords did come because we're in dire times right now as housing providers. I beg you, no on 15. You're our only hope.
I will call a few more speakers up. Meg Sullivan, Jake Wanamaker, Nazare Sanders, and Ruth Cepeda.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Good morning. Item 15, general comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Good morning. My name is Mahogany Rhodes, and I'm a proud realtor that assists individuals that want to become housing providers, But most importantly, I stand before you as a second-generation housing provider. And I don't know when the narrative got twisted that landlords are rich, but my parents purchased their properties on a Head Start salary and a union salary. Now, if you've heard the rumors about people who lost insurance, one of my properties is that. The other property is underinsured because we're too afraid of what will happen above the 40%. So when you're considering people, tenants, you need to consider also the other side of this. Private landowners make up maybe just 50%, but you are suggesting with item 15, giving a blanket answer to a problem that's on another side of town. Because what I will
General
tell
public
you is
comment?
at no point did I or anyone I know that provides housing walk up to somebody's door and say, let me raise the rent. These people are already in place, and we understand. Now, here's what I would like those who are using common sense and helping all of the citizens, those who provide housing and those who need it. You have to consider that only an individual like my parents can look at an individual like my tenant who had trouble paying her rent, and I was able to offer, listen, let's work out a payment plan. Let's work out a way that you can do it. But if you keep straddling us with only the ability to only have maybe 4% as a rental increase, but our costs are going up 40, 50, 60, 70%, then you're going to leave yourself with the big boys who are the ones who have the resources and have the money. I urge you to use common sense in this, come up with a better approach, and stop putting the back of handling the housing crisis on individuals. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak
Good
to?
morning, everybody here. My name is Ruth, and my English is a little bit poor, but I can speak. My name is Ruth, and I would like to bring the issues that I have been and my landlord to start the rent increase. She increased the rent every year for the pandemic. 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023. And most recently, she increased again in August, January this year. She increased the rent by 8.8%. Also, each time, even though she does not pay utilities, we pay the utilities, gas and electrical power service. I pay the electrical gas all the time. I pay, and I have a,
General
I
public
pay
comment?
electrical, multiple issues. We have issues that plumbing and leak from the neighbors. Up there, pipe enter our bathroom wall. We had answers. We don't have an answer from her. Come out that the kitchen leak to the other bathroom, and anywhere. I have a lot of problems in the apartment. So what I like to bring over here is that the city try to help us in rent, in the rent control, to not increase the rent from 0 to 3%. My heart is very sore. I am a single mother, and I cannot afford to pay too much. It's the one where I want to
Speaker, your
increase
time has
it, the
expired.
3.5, what the regular, the city does.
Speaker, we have to move on to the next speaker. And again, as a reminder to everyone, if you have more to say, you can leave written public comments as well. Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
General comment and item 15.
Okay, so you have 1
My
minute for
name
the...
is Meg Sullivan, and I'm a rent-controlled housing provider and District 5 constituent. I'm here to implore you to please oppose item 15. Even before the fires, you already had a housing crisis. Yet another rent freeze and eviction moratorium will only exacerbate it. You need to do everything possible to encourage, not discourage, people like me and my husband to devote time, energy, savings, and worry to providing housing for perfect strangers. Nobody in their right mind will enter the business here or make available units that are currently vacant if it becomes clear that the council will take advantage of every crisis to prevent rent collection. Know the state has, know that the state already has strict rent gouging laws. It's a criminal offense. Enforce that law. And people who have lost work need to tap into unemployment insurance. And for everybody else, we voted in ULA. Those funds should be made available. I cede my time, and I thank you for your consideration.
Before our next speaker, I will call up a few more names. Can we get Scott Kurz, Sean Rosenweig, Shamika Foster, Sofia Mendoza, Taylor Avakian, and Tomasa?
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to? Oh, hold on. Can we make sure the handheld mic is on?
Mi nombre es José Clatenche. Estoy aquí para apoyar que congelen la renta, por favor, porque si no, mucha gente va a vivir más en la calle y ustedes tienen la culpa. Gracias. Hasta luego.
Yes, hello, my name is Jose Clatente, and I am here in support of asking you guys to freeze the rent, because if not, many people will end up in the street. Thank you.
Que congelen la renta para que no viva más gente en la calle. Gracias. Bye.
Freeze the rent so that more people don't have to live in the street. Thank you. Goodbye.
Good morning, City Council members.
Good morning.
I wonder if all the housing providers like
Speaker,
me could
which
stand
items-
up and
Speaker,
show
which
you
items would you like
who
to
we
speak to?
are. We provide the housing for the tenants in Los Angeles, not the government. We do. We're the people who get the bills. We're the ones who get the increases. We get the gas company, Department of Water and Power, the trash collection companies. We get those increases. We just got an increase from the LA Housing Department, $31 a tenant in non-rent housing. How is that fair? I just paid $3,600 for a new air conditioner in one apartment. What that tells me, if I can't have a rent increase, I'm going to have to, the next person who wants it is going to get a cheaper unit or just a repair of the older unit. Just please remember that we just got through with COVID. We went 3 years with no increase. Now you're giving us another freeze or you're considering it. Please do not do that. If you do it, that item 15 will break the backs of us, of the housing providers of LA. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
I'd like to speak on item 15 in general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Lena Sullivan. I'm here as a part of the community organization SAGE to urge the council to vote yes on item 15. I would, with my time, like to share the story of a tenant named Andrew who recently received a no-fault eviction to make way for a family member of his landlord who lost their home in the fire. Andrew cannot afford to rent another home in this city at market rate. He was forced, by no fault of his own, to leave behind his life here in LA, was displaced, to move in with family in Las Vegas. While, of course, it's crucial that we support residents who tragically lost their homes to the fires, we cannot afford to do so at the expense of other Angelenos, many of whom are renters already struggling to make ends meet and who will not have access to the same recovery resources such as FEMA assistance or insurance payouts. This is just one tenant's story, but there are thousands of Angelenos at risk of being evicted right now. We cannot allow this awful disaster to further harm the most vulnerable among us and exacerbate existing inequalities and worsen our existing housing and homelessness crisis. The common sense way
General public comment?
is to pass 15. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
Hello, I'd like to speak on item number 15 and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Victoria Bruno. I am a member of LA CAN in the Human and Civil Rights Committee. Nice to meet you. I'm here to talk about item number 15. Extreme environmental events like the severe fires this month ask for an explicit protection of tenants and renters. In a city where over half of residents are renters, Los Angeles is home to one of the largest populations of unhoused neighbors. This year, the Department of Public Health found that 51% of all households in the city of Los Angeles are living with housing burden, and a third of which are living with severe housing burden. The time is now to build pathways of empowerment and protections with people to who make up the heart of the city. These are our most impacted communities. Chunks of this city have burned and are now missing. Continued
General public comment?
Perfect. Continued and exacerbated rates of evictions are a symptom of public policy which protects landlords and developer earnings over family and community health. To oppose this proposal is to ask impacted tenants and renters to choose between making difficult decisions about their ability to have a home over making decisions that prioritize health. I support this proposal as written because I know that as environmental stressors continue to increase in frequency, I am increasingly at risk of vulnerability and health risks. Begin acting now to keep Los Angeles housed and proactively prevent further displacement. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
Hi, my name is Scott Kurzban. I am here to speak on general and item 15.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin.
Thank you. I'm a member of Councilman Lee's district, and I just want to comment that we already have numerous laws on the books: rent control, rent increase limits, anti-gouging laws. We have a number of consumer protections, anti-discrimination and civil rights departments. All of those things are available for tenants, and they protect tenants. But to layer on new, poorly thought out restrictions with not a single hurdle to ensure that you are helping the actual people that need the help is the literal definition of government overreach. You are no worse than the unscrupulous people who actually gouge, because you're going far over and above and penalizing law-abiding landlords that try to provide housing to this community. And I also want to say, many landlords in Los Angeles are small investors who pool money. You heard from many of them here, and they're struggling. You are not penalizing BlackRock and Goldman. They don't give a shit.
General public comment?
Thank you. You're not hurting them. You're hurting your own citizens who try to provide housing at a fair price, under rent control and rent stabilized units, and at market rate. That's the job. That's what we do. And to limit a $40 increase on rent control for an apartment, I know that's a lot of money to some people. But the combined effect of that and the lack of protections you've had in the COVID era and now trying to extend to this, it's absolutely insane. You're creating just a runaway, honestly, you want free housing and no evictions. That's a laudable goal, but you're doing it on the backs of hardworking people that put their college fund money, their kids' money into housing to try to provide a service to this city. And to compare this to Maui is insane. It's like 0.6% of the houses in Los Angeles were destroyed. Not even. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
Item 15.
Is it item 15?
General and item 15.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Thank you. For us housing providers, landlords, whatever you want to call us, the main reason I think we're here is not the fires. It's basically it goes to the ineptitude of your predecessors and the mayors failing to provide enough housing for this city. That's why we're here. I'm not here to argue the financial aspect of what's going on because it's been argued ad nauseum. What I think a lot of people are missing is every time you pass more restrictions on us mom and pop landlords, you are driving a wedge between us and our tenants. The majority of my properties are in South Central Los Angeles. It's a tough part of town. Over the years, I've been able to go to my buildings and I'm high-fiving the kids. They all love, hey, Chris, good to see you, how you doing? When a tenant of mine's brother was shot and killed, I'm the mom and pop landlord that went down to the South LA, went to the supermarket, and spent $150 of my own dollars to buy groceries and support her family while they were going through this tough time. But when you guys continually put more and more restrictions on us by not letting us raise rents, not letting us evict people, not letting us charge for extra tenants who pile up the trash more and more, I used to have an expression with my tenants. My tenants would say, Chris, I need an extra 2 weeks to pay the rent because my car broke down. Word for word, I would say to them, pay when you can because your success is my success. I'm a small mom and pop landlord. I just wanted to run my business according to the rules that existed when I bought my business. You've grossly changed the rules of how we run our business. So now I no longer say your success is my success because your rent is 50% or less than market rent. So your success is my failure now, thanks to what you people have done. I don't want it that way. We don't want tenants to move out. We want tenants to stay. We want tenants to pay the rent. But when tenants' rent is so far below market, we now have to adopt the attitude of, your success is my failure because now I want you to move out. I like you as a person. I'm sorry I do, but I can't be emotionally attached to you anymore because I need to drop the hammer when I have to. And every time you pass more and more stuff like this, you drive the wedge further in between landlords and our tenants. We don't want that. We really don't.
Before our next speaker, I will call up a few more names. Can we get Victoria, Victor Ricks, Abby Shaw, Alberto Gomez, Ben Cohen, and Lori Miskuski?
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
Yeah, item 15 and general comments.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item.
Great.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members, and thank you for the time. I've never been to one of these, but I felt compelled as a small building owner to show up today because after the last 4 years that we've gone through as small landlords, I cannot even imagine what another year of this would look like. I'll try not to repeat what's been said and said very eloquently before me. My insurance has at a minimum doubled, in some cases tripled. My DWP bill has gone up 40%, and just the service call that used to cost me $180 costs $320. My wife often asks me, why did we buy these buildings? And I used to have an answer. I don't have very good answers to give her anymore. And she asked me then, like, would you buy them again? And I have to really pause and think. I'm not Blackstone. I'm a local apartment owner, and I broker apartment buildings as well. So this is my industry. I care very much about it. I own 2 units up to 8 units.
General public comment?
Yeah, again, I'm not Blackstone. I'm not Equity Residential. But when policies like this make it next to impossible to cover costs, and buildings start to deteriorate, repairs get delayed and pushed back, and ultimately the housing situation gets worse for everyone. If this city is serious about affordability, let's focus on solutions that help increase supply and help housing providers keep more supply on the market. Not policies like this. It just pushes us out. And because when small landlords are gone, then all you're dealing with is the Blackstones and Equity Residentials and all the people that you say you don't want, that you say you're trying to fight. So thank you.
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
Hi there. Item 15 and general comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
I am a Realtor and I'm a mom and pop housing provider for over 15 years. Please vote no on the rental freeze. For those of you who already know, there are already emergency pricing limitations in place now due to state law and Governor Newsom's executive order through January 7, 2026, and Special Motion 21. These citizen and tenant protections apply to housing, rental prices, food, construction, and many other goods and services. My question is, why is this rent freeze being proposed, and who will benefit from it? There's kindness and humanity we see as individuals come forward together to gather funds, clothing, supplies, and food to help the fire victims. Please realize the amount of households and buildings that have been affected by the fires are a small number compared to the whole population in the city of Los Angeles. Pacific Palisades is only 24 square miles, and this is not to undermine or minimize the trouble that they've gone through. The rest of Los Angeles encompasses over 500 square miles. The assistance and support to the fire victims does not need to pose a financial burden to all tax-paying property owners and housing providers in Los Angeles. Landlords, housing providers, whatever you want to call us, we have barely recovered from the rent and eviction moratorium that was imposed for over 3 years during the COVID pandemic. Landlords, property owners, we all still have to pay our mortgage, we pay our property taxes, our property insurance, rent stabilization ordinance fees, gardener, repairs, and maintenance for the property. Year after year, our utilities and property expenses continue to increase. A rent increase is not really necessary. About 25% of property owners don't even raise the rent on their tenants. There are problem landlords and there are problem tenants. But to penalize those good tenants, who I believe are good tenants and good landlords that are here today,
Speaker,
I
your
feel
time
we
has
all speak in
expired.
earnest.
Next speaker. Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
Item 15 and general.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dorcia White-Bray. I'm from Ace, and I live in District 8, which is Marquise Harris Dawson's district. I'd like to comment on item 15 and general public comment. I urge the council to vote yes on item 15 as written. The wildfires have devastated our communities, and tenants who were already facing unaffordable rent and persistent rent burden are now more vulnerable than ever to displacement. Thousands of people have lost their homes, their neighborhoods, and their jobs. Price gouging has also been out of control as a result of these fires, worsening our affordability crisis. According to a recent report by the Rent Brigade, rent gouging has surged by over 5,000% from January 7 to January 18. Landlords and agents are illegally overcharging renters by $7.7 million per month, amounting to $92.4 million annually above the legal limit. My story is I live in a 45-unit building. There is price gouging already. There are people self-evicting because they are being harassed by the landlord. What I'm asking from our council member, Marquise Harris Dawson, is to meet with us. We have met with your deputies already. Please don't forget what you promised. You promised to champion LARSO, and that's what we're looking for. LA City must pause evictions and rent increases to help people struggling to pay rent after losing their income and prevent further displacement and homelessness caused by the fires. Tenants are trying to recover from these wildfires and cannot face the threat of losing their homes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
General public comment and item 15.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Hello, Council. My name is Ben Cohen. I'm a housing organizer with Power and Ground Game LA, and I'm also a renter in District 10. I urge Council to vote yes on item 15 as written. In addition to fighting for better housing conditions for renters, I work with students, some of whom lost their homes and schools in the wildfires in the Palisades and Altadena. My heart goes out to these students. In addition to seeing their community devastated, their families have to deal with rampant price gouging if they ever want to return to the city. I also have to contend with the loss of a portion of my income. I'm now more worried that my landlord will increase my rent and I will be unable to pay it. I also know that many of my neighbors are even less fortunate than me and have completely lost their income, even though they live far away from the fires. If you combine this loss of income with landlords who are eager to raise rent prices in the wake of these wildfires, you get a disastrous scenario for tenants like me. Without an eviction moratorium, tenants could be kicked out due to disaster we had no cause in. This goes to show that the Palisades and Eaton fires are not just a dire issue for the Palisades and Altadena, but all of LA, contrary to some of the talk that you've heard from landlords here today. I live miles of concrete away from the fires in District 10, but I, along with my neighbors, still need your help. Please vote yes on item 15 and enact an eviction moratorium. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
15 and general comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
So just like the gentleman, a few speakers before me, this is my first time attending one of these, and I gotta tell you, you got a lot of people in this room, regardless on what side of this issue that they're speaking on, who've taken time out of their day to come down and speak on something that's important to them. And I am shocked to see how many empty chairs there are. And I am shocked to see this group over here who's been yucking it up the entire time, and this group over here as well. I respectfully ask that everybody on this side actually pay attention to what is being said in this room, because people care about this issue, number one. Number two, I represent a landlord in downtown LA. And I gotta tell you, all these comments about, landlords are rich, they make a lot of money, you only protect developers, etc. Who do you think supplies housing to people in Los Angeles? Landlords do. City officials do not, landlords do. Asking landlords to take another year, 2, 3 years of tenants not having to pay rent, because that's exactly what's about to happen if you pass this. For 4 years, landlords have carried the burden of COVID. For 4 years, landlords have carried the burden of tenants taking advantage of emergencies, etc. For 4 years, landlords have carried Los Angeles housing to make sure that people had a place to live. Landlords can no longer continue to afford donating housing and tenants taking advantage of the fact that these are in place. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
Item 15 and public comment, please.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Victor Reyes here on behalf of ICA. The business community has come together during these trying times to support families and businesses, dedicating resources to those in need. While we fully support helping wildfire victims, this eviction moratorium lacks accountability and will do more harm than good. Self-certification is not a reliable system. Relief should be targeted and verifiable, requiring documentation by FEMA or SBA applications or unemployment claims. Without proper verification, this policy opens the door to misuse and places an unfair burden on housing providers, many of whom are still recovering from past moratoriums. Additionally, this approach misleads renters into thinking they don't owe rent, creating financial hardships down the line. We need fair, accountable policies that provide real relief without destabilizing the housing market. We urge you to prioritize verification-based assistance and reject item 15 as written. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
Agenda item 15 and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Thank you. 3 is the number of weeks my family was given to pack up all of our belongings and move out of the home we have lived in for less than a year. 2 represents the 2 times higher homelessness rates in cities with home values above the national average like Los Angeles. 1 is the number of paychecks most Americans are away from homelessness. Good afternoon. My name is Eliana Levine. I'm 16 years old and a resident of District 3. I come before you today to plead for your support on behalf of my own family and all of the families across our city who are living under the constant threat of eviction in the wake of the devastating fires. On December 20th, my mom had cervical disc replacement surgery on 2 discs with an expected recovery period of around 4 to 6 months. Not even 2.5 weeks later, our landlord emailed us an eviction notice, granting us only 3 weeks to relocate without any legally binding reason. Renters within the state of California cannot legally be given less than 60 days notice. That day was January 7th. At the same time, the Palisades Fire and the Eaton Fire took place, eventually destroying over 10,000 homes.
General public comment?
That same day, we responded, explaining how it was impossible for us to relocate within that time. The next day, our landlord responded, granting us until March 1st to relocate, requesting nearly full rent with only a slight deduction for relocation. After only 3 weeks of recovery, my mom returned to work. She cannot afford to take more time off. Not everyone has the same privilege as I do to use their voice to advocate for themselves, but they do have you to act on their behalf, to help them keep a roof over their heads. 3 represents the 3 in every 5 people of Gen Z who live not only in rental homes, but in a rent burdensome situation, meaning they spend more than 30% of their income on housing alone. 2 represents the 200% that rent soared in parts of Los Angeles since the fires, despite anti-gouging protections. 1 represents the opportunity that each one of you on the council has to vote yes to protect my family and the families across Los Angeles. I urge you to pass the moratorium as it was originally written. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
Item number 15 in general comment, please.
So you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, council members. My name is Abhi Shah, and I own and live in a small non-RSO building here in Los Angeles. I'm not a corporate landlord. In fact, I was a renter when my landlord put the building up for sale, and I took on enormous personal risk to buy the apartment I was living in, precisely to prevent my family and the other 4 families on my property from having to eat 10% year-on-year rent increases from a new private equity landlord drunk on low interest rates. I'm a small housing provider, and my rental income is what pays the mortgage, maintains the building, and it covers the relentlessly rising costs like insurance and property taxes. A blanket eviction moratorium might sound like a tenant protection measure, but for small landlords like me, it's devastating. Unlike big corporate landlords who can absorb losses across hundreds of units, I only have 5. 1 non-paying unit can destroy my ability to keep my building afloat and take good care of my tenants. Los Angeles already has strong tenant protections. Rent control is in place. There are legal processes for hardship cases, and FEMA is stepping in with rental assistance for those truly
General
in
public
need.
comment?
But a policy that says no eviction no matter what, even for tenants who can pay but simply refuse, means small landlords bear all the burden with no recourse. And let me be clear, I'm not talking about evicting struggling tenants who are making a good faith effort. I'm talking about cases where a tenant is fully employed, has the means to pay, but exploits the system. It does happen. They exploit the system knowing landlords like me have no way to act. Meanwhile, my mortgage is still due, my bills keep rising, repairs have to be made, and I'm stuck covering someone's housing for free. Policies like these don't hurt corporate landlords, they hurt small responsible owners, the very people who provide affordable community-based housing. And when small landlords are forced to sell, who do you think buys up the properties? Big investors who don't give a damn about the people who live in their buildings. Instead of blanket policies that push small landlords out of business, let's craft real solutions like targeted assistance for those actually in need and directly affected by this tragedy. Protections that work without forcing housing providers to take unsustainable losses. If we keep treating landlords like an endless piggy bank, there won't be any of us left. Thank you.
Next speaker. Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
15 in public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Thank you. I come here disinvested from either side. I don't own apartments anymore, and I am not a renter in Los Angeles. I'm here speaking for the owners, the apartment building owners that I speak to every day who own RSL units in Los Angeles and who've been quagmired by rent increases, eviction moratoriums over the past 4 years. While they have seen their property taxes rise, they have seen their insurance rates triple, they have seen their power and water costs double, and they've seen their trash costs rise as well. I think the big disconnect between our council members and some of the tenants' rights groups fail to understand is that many of the housing providers look like them. Many of them may be their family members as well. They can be aunts and uncles or cousins of them as well, and they traditionally don't share that they're landlords for this very reason, that they operate in an environment where they are shared as unpopular.
General public comment?
General public comment. So the second thing that I'd like to say is that most of the times this framing of corporate apartmentship ownership is false. The BlackRock and Blackstones don't own in Los Angeles anymore, and the ones that do are divesting from Los Angeles. As a result, the largest apartment conference in America is right now happening in Vegas. And when you talk to those guys, they are happy that they don't own in Los Angeles anymore. You talk to them, they sound like they just missed cancer, because RSO has destroyed their abilities to provide housing for people in Los Angeles. And so when you strip owners of all of their rights, there will not be the BlackRock and the Blackstones here to bail out the existing owners. There will be operators who are far less kind. And if you need an example of what will happen in Los Angeles, just look at New York. New York is the only city in America that has more restrictive restrictions than Los Angeles. And in 2019, they passed what was tantamount to Proposition 33. And as a result, their apartment market has crashed.
Speaker, your time has expired. Next speaker. Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
15 in general.
So you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Giovanna Anderson. I own a management company in Los Angeles. I manage 800 units throughout LA, including low house income. During the past years that we dealt with COVID, ownerships were not allowed to do any rent increases. Yet services like trash were allowed to do 6% increase yearly, which made it very difficult to keep up with the expenses of the building. By the way, my clients are not corporations. The clients that I represent, that we provide housing, are people that have worked really hard to have their investment for a retirement. Creating another rent freeze and moratorium will only create more harm for, in general, not only for the landlords, but for the tenants. I as a management company, I am not in the business to kick out people. I am not in the business to evict people. Whenever an eviction takes place, we lose money. We are not here in the business to lose money. I urge you to vote no on 15. Thank you.
Before our next speakers, I will say a few more names. Can we get Clyde Isaacson, Dorcia Elizabeth Torr, Elena Levine, and Eric White?
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
15.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for
General Dogon here, Shut It Down organizer on Skid Row with LA Can. And I'm here with other members of our Human and Civil Rights Committee, and we're here to encourage this committee to vote yes on 15, right? Well, you know it's low income. We shouldn't even have to come and tell y'all that it's something that automatically should be done. And not only should we get that rent freeze, we should get a rent rebate. We should get some of our money back from all these things. Thank you for that.
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
I would like to speak to the rent increase in general.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for item 15 and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
My name is John Masivic. Nothing has come our way to explain. We have a 5-unit building that's been in the family for 50 years. Now, we have never increased rent more than 3%. So what are we talking about gouging? Where could that be? And second of all, you gave the tenants, the first go-around, the ability actually to stall. We tried to move into our own building to live, and one of our tenants, we did everything according to the paperwork of the city. He refused to leave, took our money, refused to leave. And we were tied up in court for 6 months. Why? Why are you opening the door
General public
for
comment?
people to take advantage of the system? Let's do not increase the rents, do not decrease our ability to increase rents a minimum of 3%. That's all we're talking about here. We're not talking about big gouging amounts. That's it.
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
General and 15.
So you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
My name's Mark. I own a small property management company. All of our clients are mom and pops. Most of them own between 4 units and 16 units. They are doing this to provide housing and give a good service to people in LA. Despite that, every one of them has had their insurance go up between 100 and 300% in the last 3 years. Nobody's able to pass on any of these, and everyone is looking to leave the city of LA. I talked to one of my clients today who said if this passes today, he's selling all 5 buildings, taking his money to Texas. I know that's what some people want. They want everybody to leave and just go and let someone else run it. But in reality, it's not feasible. During the last time we did this, we had about 10% of our people didn't pay rent. It's going to happen again, and no one can afford to do this. So I urge everybody to vote no on number 15. Thanks.
Before our next speaker, can we get Grace Hutt, Jackson Loop, Jeff Palmer, Joseph Lightfoot, Jaili Begin, and Karen Ramirez?
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
Item 15 and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
I am a housing provider and developer in the city of Los Angeles, and there is a false narrative that is being perpetrated that the fires have triggered bidding wars and skyrocketing rents across Los Angeles. This is simply not happening in the majority of the market. In fact, the market is soft. There are no bidding wars, and rents under $6,000 have not increased or significantly increased since the fire. I have a brand new 4-bedroom, 3-bath in prime North Hollywood, yet I am seeing little demand. I actively track my competition, and out of 10 similarly priced new 4-bedroom units in the area, only 1 rented last week, only 1. Where is the bidding wars? Where is the rapid rent increases? It's a false
General public comment.
narrative. I have and I track my competition. You know, out of 7 of these single units, you know how many rented last week? 0, zip, crickets. It's a false narrative. Let me say this. There is a fund, there is FEMA. The Supreme Court has already spoken. No man can be his own judge. The eviction moratorium must be limited to those really impacted by the fire, and they must be able to prove if challenged. The world, the country of builders and developers are watching you. And if you act capriciously, we will not build anymore. You will not get the new housing you want. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
Item 15 and general comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
I'm Charles Chang, mom and pop owner of an apartment building. This proposed ordinance would not help the fire victims, but actually harm them. How? When you prevent eviction of the tenants who are criminal, who are behind the rent, and who is damaging the property, there will be less units available for fire victims. Second, when you freeze the rent, people who are possibly gonna move out is gonna stay. So there's it does not help any fire victims. I think this is under the disguise of helping fire victims, actually trying to get rent benefit by even proposal of
General
this.
public comment?
And I think the people who are council member who have a conflict of interest in this because they are tenant should avoid from voting on this proposal. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Elena Pop, item 15, and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
My name's Elena Pop, and I am a proud owner of a LA rent stabilized unit in Lincoln Heights. And I don't know what these other landlords are talking about. We bought in 2004. Our property values have gone up tremendously. We have a huge amount of equity on our house. We raised the rent based on the consumer price index, not the 3%, 4% that is allowed, because we think that the rents should be tagged to the actual consumer price index and not these artificial items. And any of these landlords that are not making a fair rate of return, there are provisions in the ordinance that they can apply for to make a fair rate of return. What they want is to make way, way more than a fair rate of return. I speak from personal experience as an LA rent stabilized unit owner.
General public comment?
I'm also a housing advocate. I am the executive director of the Eviction Defense Network. And in my capacity as the executive director of the Eviction Defense Network, I can tell you that our people are suffering. People are being displaced. The 47,000 evictions were filed last year and the year before, and every single one of those evictions represents the loss of an affordable LARSO unit, and because of the lack of vacancy control, we are losing affordability. We have been losing affordability since 2016, which is the start of this current housing crisis. Owners are price gouging, they are raising the rents to whatever anybody is willing to pay, and it is unfair, and it is bad policy, and it causes homelessness, and I urge a yes vote on item 15 as originally written. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Before our next speaker, I will call a few more names. Can we get Kelly Morgan, Lena Sullivan, Madeline Koppel, Mark Castleman, Marcy Cardona, and Michael Chang?
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
Good afternoon, council members. I would like to speak to item 15 and general comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Nathan Gordon. I'm a tenants' rights attorney. I would like to comment that these landlords here most of them are represented. They're represented in the courts. They're represented here. They fill up all the seats. There's a line out the door of tenants who can't even get in here to voice their concerns. Is that fair? Is that representation? Is that any form of a democracy? Make these proceedings fair for everyone. Not just these landlords back here, but the row of tenants are sitting out right now in the freezing cold who can't even get into this building. I urge the council members to vote yes for this motion as it is written and make these proceedings fair for everyone. Don't let these landlords sit here and occupy the seats such that tenants are sitting outside and can't even exercise their rights to comment before this council. Thank you.
And before the next speaker begins, just as an FYI to everybody, if you notice in the back, we have been rotating people in as we gain more capacity, and the council sergeants have been very helpful in doing so. Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
Good afternoon. Item 15 and also general comment.
Okay. Can you just say something one more time? I want to make sure the mic is working.
Sure. Item 15
Okay.
and general comment.
So you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
I'm speaking here on behalf of landlords. I think we've all said very similar things here today. I'd like to point out that supporting fire victims is essential, but broad eviction bans have unintended consequences. We do not support illegal price gouging or unethical profiteering during a disaster, but the responsibility for housing assistance should not fall solely on landlords. Responsible landlords shouldn't be penalized or forced to absorb every housing crisis without proper verification or reasonable limits. Self-certification, as seen during COVID-19, does invite abuse and leaves landlords struggling with mortgages and maintenance. Protections should require complete, verifiable displacement of both housing and income due to the fires based on designated affected zip codes. Without rent collection, landlords face foreclosure, reducing rental housing and worsening the affordability crisis that we already face. Instead of a blanket ban, we need stronger hardship verifications and direct financial aid for tenants that need it. Unauthorized occupants should also be clearly defined using CAL FIRE's official wire file data. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
All items and general public comment. There, I just did your job for you, Bob.
Appreciate
right,
that.
so-
You have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general. Can we start as time from the top? Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so we have item 13, which is appointing the chief legislative analyst to the debris removal task force. This is Sharon So, who served briefly as caretaker for CD6. So I wonder what she considers to be debris when talking about this, because she did a whole lot of, encampment sweeps when she wasn't even, elected council member for the district or even appointed council member for the district. So maybe pointing Sharon So to things is not the greatest idea. All right, we have item 14, that's supplemental charter bus services in CD10. Again, these are really unspecified charter bus services, so where are the buses going? Where the, that's a good question. So, yeah, then turn your back to me. So we have item 15, which is, this is a common sense measure to give people affected by the fires some protections. This should be non-controversial. This is just basic, we have people who have lost their jobs, who are lost everything pretty much, as these fires have devastated the city. This should be completely non-controversial that we should give these people some aid for the next few months so that they can stay in their homes at least while these fires have devastated the city. This should be non-controversial, but apparently there are some landlords who can't handle their tenants getting some protection during this immense crisis. It's really just says a lot that there's anyone who would oppose giving aid to people affected by the
Speaker,
fires.
you're welcome to continue this during general, but I'm going to ask that you move on to another item for now.
I did not speak for a minute on that, but let's go to general public comment. So I see Tracy left the room. She didn't want to hear about her little thing that she did a few weeks ago when she was meeting with Trump. She's they're coddling Trump, a fascist, praising him for, all she needed to do was just ask for the aid, ask for it without all these restrictions that Trump has been asking to be put in there for federal aid. Just ask for the aid and move on with your day. You don't need to thank him for supporting the cops or whatever. His little minions that he's going to send in to, enforces taking away all rights from trans people, mass deportations, all these stuff that he's doing that none of you have had anything to say on here at all. Other than Hugo, he posted like a Know Your Rights thing. And restore call and comment.
Speaker.
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
Before our next speaker, I will call the last few names. Can we get Mitch Spiegel, Moses Kagan, Nathan Gordon, Pamela Torres, and Skylar Morgan?
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
I would like to speak to item 15 and also general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Excellent. Hi, I'm Alice. I'm a lifelong tenant. I'm a native Angelino, and I am urging council to vote yes with no amendments on agenda item 15. I just came from eviction court because I am facing eviction. Yay! On January 13th, in the midst of the fires, I had to appear at 8:30 in the morning at eviction court, despite the fact that my entire family had been evacuated and large parts of the city that I grew up in were rendered unrecognizable. And yet the 6th floor of Stanley Mosque was overrun with tenants, most of which are unrepresented during a declared state of emergency. Someone here representing the landlords brought up the fact that there are already protections in place for hardship cases. Less than 5% of tenants have lawyers, while over 80% of landlords retain representation. How does that make that system fair? How are tenants supposed to ensure that the court will uphold these tenant protections? There's a reason people go to law school. The law is complicated. It's confusing. I had to teach myself the
General
law.
public comment?
In addition to working my other jobs to make up the rent that I still owed, which only set me back further. In a wake of a crisis, we have a responsibility as Angelinos and as human beings to one another to help each other, which means starting with our most vulnerable populations. I don't know if landlords realize how lucky they are to own a property and what it feels like to make all of those payments going to building your own future instead of somebody else's. Everyone having a safe and comfortable place to live is not a radical idea, and it makes me question why there's so many people here trying to make that seem so controversial. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
General comment and number 15.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council. I am a small-time landlord trying to provide an honest service for my city by maintaining its essential housing infrastructure. Price controls have never worked in any society and invariably lead to market failure. If the costs of providing housing exceed the price that may be charged for it, it would be foolish and unsustainable for any actor, private or public, to provide it and suffer a detriment. We can't ask tradespeople to limit their prices. We can't ask material manufacturers and distributors to limit their prices. We can't ask insurance companies to limit their prices. We can't ask for reprieve from the taxes and fees our city and county demand of us. Council, we cannot responsibly maintain safe and habitable housing without paying the bills. Tenants have rent control statewide. Tenants have very stringent rent control on housing built in City of LA before 1979. Just as you do not work for free, the blue-collar tradespeople we employ do not work for free.
General public comment?
We do not work for free. If we cannot see a return on our efforts, we will not do it, just as you would not do it, and our essential infrastructure will fall into disrepair. I love this city, and I would hate to see that happen. Please, I urge you to vote against item 15. Let the primary and most effective housing provider, the free market, continue to build and maintain our essential housing infrastructure. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Which items would you
Good
like to speak
afternoon.
to?
General 15 and 13.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
My name is Mike. I'm a small apartment owner. Many of the speakers previously already talked about these housing issue. I'm going to nail down the numbers, okay? Insurance premium since last year, because State Farmers and Farmer and all the big insurance that exited California has gone up 2 to 3 times, okay? The cost of maintenance in the past 4 years since early 2020 has gone up 30 to 40%, probably 35 to 40%. Utility has also gone up 35 to 40%. With the new insurance, you can't buy insurance from the large insurance company anymore because they don't operate in California. You can buy from a wholesaler. They require building upgrade. The upgrade costs on average $7,000 per unit. Okay. If item 15 was passed, now let's just look back past 4 years alone.
General public comment?
Okay. Last 4 years alone, apartment owners are only allowed to raise rent 4% as compared to the overwhelming cost increase in the past 4 years. Now, eviction moratorium, and I want to share my own personal experience with you. It doesn't solve the eviction problem. It doesn't solve the problem tenants are not able to pay the rent. There are other federal and state or city facilities help these tenants who need help. All the eviction moratorium does is push the problem down. And it put the burden of that period of time on the small landlords. So in addition to the 35–40% cost increase, we have to carry the burden of the eviction process as well. Okay, so there's also a lot of talking about rent gouging, rent increase, and maybe in the fire damaged area that may be the case. But if you look into it, if you look to zero, the rent has actually come down. Okay, so
Speaker, your time has expired. Next speaker. Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
Hello, I'm Kelly Morgan. I'd like to speak on item 15 and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Hello, you renters, you're right. Rents are too high. We have a very sad homeless problem. So you need to be asking yourself, how did we get here? The answer is pretty simple. We haven't built enough housing. Other markets in the U.S. have shown if you oversupply housing, rents will go down. According to the USC study, Los Angeles only supplied 1 housing unit for every job that's been created in the city. That means even if you slap rent protections on housing, somebody's still got to be homeless. You can't move 5 breadwinners into 1 house. Study after study has shown rent protection actually cause rents to go up because it reduces supply. It costs the city up to $1 million to supply a house, so we can't ask the taxpayers to supply housing. That means we need housing suppliers, whether you like it or not. I've experienced firsthand how these policies, rent freezes, eviction moratoriums, are driving away the housing suppliers in LA. So those of you who are supporting this item, 15, you may not know it, but you're basically making the problem worse. And you're being selfish by saying, housing for me, but not for thee. Public comment? I feel that those who are affected by the fire, the city can help. Create a program where they can apply directly to the city for help. We feel for them. We want to help them. But don't put it all on the housing suppliers in a way that's going to diminish housing supply. Radical rent protections are a temporary Band-Aid that is not stopping the bleeding. What renters need to be doing is asking you, City Council, to make it easier to build in LA, cut the red tape, force LADBS to get permits and construction done much faster. Please stop making the problem worse for renters. Vote no on item 15. Focus on policies that will supply more housing instead. Thank you.
Speaking today on 15 in general comment. Many people today have been talking about the past and the present of LA, and I want to talk about the future. According to city planning, we need 450,000 new apartments in LA. Even under the best of circumstances, there's no chance that government is going to provide the capital necessary to do that. We're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. The private markets, private investors are happy to provide it, provided that they can earn a reasonable return. On today's numbers, it takes 15 years to earn back the price of building an apartment building. Imagine asking someone to invest money in LA with a 15-year payback period, and then telling them that periodically, at unpredictable moments, we will get eviction moratoriums and rent freezes. You would have to be crazy as a capital provider to take that deal. And that's what's going on right now. LA has effectively been redlined by capital providers. If we want more housing, if we want more housing here, we need to make it reasonable for providers to provide it. Please vote no on 15. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
Item 15 and public comments, please.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Skylar. I work in the real estate industry. Please oppose item 15. Let me ask you all a question, especially the renters. How does stopping a rent increase for long-term tenants who have not been affected by the fire help those who have been displaced and lost their homes and jobs? It doesn't. A blanket moratorium is unfair. I've seen apartments falling apart. Some building owners say, I barely make enough to pay my own loan. If they can't cover costs, how can we as tenants expect our housing providers to maintain safe housing for us? We can't. This is just one example of how our current housing conditions get worse and worse in the county and the city of Los Angeles. We have a client with an empty lot where he could build 100 units. He wanted to include affordable housing, which would add another 50 units. That's a total of 150 units that a private investor could put in Los Angeles. The neighborhood voted,
General public
please? Yes. The neighborhood voted it down. Now, 6 years later, the lot is still empty, and homeless people are still sleeping there. That was great. The neighbors voted it down, and there's still people sleeping on the lot. Investors are leaving LA for cities with fewer restrictions like South Bay area. Policies like this will worsen housing conditions and stop new developments, and this will not help tenants or the homeless. Do people affected by the fire need help? Yes, of course, but please do not jeopardize the rest of the public, including renters and small business apartment owners. Vote no on item 15. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
Public comment and Article 15, please.
So you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, City Council. Thank you for the time today. My name is Mitch Spiegel. I'm a housing provider, a realtor, and I'm also a tenant. I rent my personal home. Every owner in these chambers wants to help fire victims, full stop. Imposing a citywide eviction freeze is not only unethical, but it's unneeded. We already have a rent cap. We already have laws that punish price gouging, and we already have an extremely strict and lengthy eviction process. If there are bad actors in the ownership community, they deserve to be punished. And good owners, many that are here today and many that can't make it today, stand against them. But what the data shows is that the vast majority of evictions come from one issue: non-payment of rent. I urge the council to be smart. Treat the problem, not the symptom. As the gentleman from the Chamber of Commerce stated, the city can help fire victims without harming others in the community. Allow those displaced by owners moving back into their properties, streamlined rental assistance programs. Create a fund to bridge loss of income. Help provide security deposits or support moving expenses. Use your power to actually solve the problem. Be smart. This proposed legislation, with no means testing and no need to prove you were displaced or seriously impacted by the fires, hamstrings the city of LA from the vital investment it needs to solve the housing crisis. More so, it disproportionately impacts small mom-and-pop housing providers, many of whom reflect the diversity of LA. Seniors, veterans, women, people of color. These aren't giant faceless companies you're hurting with a yes vote today. These are people just like you and me that saved their money, made an investment in a property, and rely on the income to survive. Please vote no on legislation that forces owners to shoulder a city and maybe even a state level problem, and at its base is unjust, unethical, and not needed. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
Item 15.
Okay, go ahead. You have 1 minute for the item.
Okay. Hi, my name is Karen Ramirez. I am a community organizer for SAGE and a constituent of District 9. I'm asking the council to vote yes on item 15. This ask has come from way back before the fire catastrophe happened. The fire will and has affected low-income communities because these hardworking people have lost their jobs with the fire. The rent increases will only guarantee that more people will be unhoused. To clarify, a rent freeze does not mean tenants are not paying rent. It means that landlords should not increase rent because we are all getting affected by this issue. If real mom and pop landlords work with tenant rights organizations, I'm pretty sure we could come up with good policies that work with both groups. But the agenda is not that. The agenda is to make profit out of tenants. Rather than keeping them housed, it's just a business. So I ask the council that please vote yes on item 15. And please listen to what we're saying, because it's very important that we look at the housing crisis, how it is right now, and that there's a lot of people already unhoused. It's important that we take care of the most vulnerable, the people that cannot have their voices being heard here today because they're out there working. We don't all have the privilege to be a landlord and be able to take up all these seats because they're working out there. There's street vendors, there's people that are nannies, that were gardeners, and now they have to hustle. They have to go out there and put their lives at risk by going to go clean up all of those sites that have been burned down. That is their priority. That's why they're not here today telling you their stories. But as a community organizer, I could tell you I hear it every day, and every day we're trying to help them stay housed, but with the resources that you all approved. So now we're asking you to please take in consideration absolutely everything that you heard from the tenants and make it a priority that you keep them housed. Vote yes on item 15.
Mr. President, I'm being told by the sergeants that we have exhausted public comment, and for the members of the public, we have taken over 2.5 hours of public comment today.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney and Madam Chair. Which items are available for us to vote on at this time?
Mr. President, council may now vote on items 1, 9 through 12, and 14, sir.
All right, those items are now before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right, what's next?
Next would be item 13, and that was called special by Councilmember Padilla.
Councilmember Padilla for comments.
I just wanted to take a little bit of time to thank Councilmember Park for introducing this motion and reiterating the importance of City Council to have a voice and representation on the debris removal task force by incorporating the CLA. Last week, I introduced a motion asking LA San and related stakeholders to further report back on where the debris from the devastating fires is being transported and how waste is being handled. As many of you know, my area, the East San Fernando Valley, has long been home to numerous landfills and waste facilities, bringing forth a variety of different environmental challenges over multiple generations. These cumulative impacts disproportionately harm communities like mine and highlight the importance of ensuring that debris hauling and disposal efforts do not exacerbate existing inequalities. If we are methodical and intentional to do this right, we can make sure that future generations don't have to suffer from neglect and doing the removal incorrectly. We must collaborate as one with our federal, state, and county partners to ensure that recovery efforts move with urgency and reflect our shared value of fairness, health, and environmental stewardship. So I look forward for the work to come within this task force. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Padilla. That item is now before us. Open the roll on 13, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right, what's next?
Next would be item 15, and it's suggested that each item be voted separately, sir.
All right, so item 15 has a couple orders of business. First, for the record, Councilmember Price has recused himself for this item. This item also has a number of amendments to it, and I will begin the conversation with Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, colleagues, it's disappointing and concerning to see the eviction moratorium being pushed forward today. At a time with so much uncertainty, this body is choosing to take advantage of an event that demands compassion and thoughtful response. Instead of offering real targeted support, we're pursuing a blanket policy that is only going to make a complicated housing crisis even worse. Let's let's be clear, nobody today is denying that the folks who were impacted by the fires need help. We are all in agreement on that. But to approve a blanket policy that ties the hands of housing providers and once again forces control of their properties out of their hands would be a misstep by this body. When we as a city tell developers and property owners that at any moment the Los Angeles City Council can commandeer your investment, who is going to want to build in this city? Who is going to want to do business here? If we truly want to help those directly impacted by the fires and have been displaced, then let's focus on doing that in a way that doesn't harm housing providers and discourage investment in the very housing our city desperately needs. Every other agency that is offering assistance has clear processes in place, whether it's FEMA, the Department of Economic Opportunity, or EWDD. They require proof of eligibility. So why are we insisting on taking a different, less effective approach? Self-attestation is the least effective way to do this. Do we really believe that landlords are going to be willing to rent to people who have lost everything, very well knowing that as soon as they rent to a new tenant, they will immediately take a financial loss on their goodwill? This emergency should not be a zero-sum game. Responsible policymaking should not benefit one group of people at the expense of others. That is exactly what this moratorium seeks to do: act without thinking critically about our decisions. Even the Southern California Association of Nonprofit Housing is asking to be exempt from this policy, warning that this is something that could seriously harm their ability to develop future affordable housing. Why is it every time we as a city are facing any kind of problem, we pass it on and say, you know what, it's not our job to do as a city council. You know what, you take care of the problem. As a city, we have the resources and the means to help the people that are affected, the people that are falling through the cracks. We have the ability to help those people. If your concern are for those people who are not eligible for the numerous resources, there are various programs available to assist them. Not long ago, this very council passed some of the strongest tenant protections in the city's history. Are we now suggesting that those protections are somehow just not effective enough? If we truly believe those protections made a difference, we shouldn't need an eviction moratorium. And even on a procedural level, this issue couldn't even pass a Rule 23 vote, so it was sent to committee, only to be waived out without any discussion. It's unbelievable to me that we continue to address matters of such significance to our city without fully understanding or discussing the long-term implications of our actions. With everything that has been discussed and proposed, why not reintroduce all these amendments in a comprehensive package on Friday so that all of us here and the public have a better understanding about what we are proposing? We owe it to the public to have a transparent discussion. I urge this body, as I've done before, to adopt solutions that consider the well-being of the entire city. We owe it to the public to have a transparent discussion, not in 2-3 hours running around this council with them having no idea what we are discussing about. I know that always happens. I know that we tweak things a little bit and we make some changes. We are making wholesale changes to something right here on the fly instead of discussing these matters in a responsible way in committee. I strongly urge a no vote on this matter. While I will be voting yes on the amendments that make sense, I will be voting no on the overall thing. We need to do better. We as a city must, when we are facing challenges, no longer pass the buck to other people, to the business community, to the landowners, the property owners, saying it's your problem. We need to solve that problem. Here's a city. We as a city council can do that together.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lee, Mr. Blumenfield.
I agree with Mr. Lee. That this is not cooked. This needs to be, looked at much more carefully. It probably should not have been waived out of committee. There are a lot of things on there. Some of the things have been corrected with some amendments, like it's just patently illegal for us to regulate non-RSO increases and things like that. In addition, even if before we were to do something like this, we would have to have findings in order to legally be able to go through with this. So I agree that it's not ready for prime time, and that we need to help the fire victims. There are lots of ways that we are doing that. Mr. Lee mentioned some, our work source centers, our business source centers. And today I introduced a motion asking ULA Defense that we rejigger some of that so that we can get actual rental assistance to the folks that need it. That's how we did it, during COVID we were able to do that, and I understand ULA has sort of been subscribed on the rental assistance, but in this case, we have the power. We can rejigger that and basically keep the same formula, but borrow a little bit from the future so that we have some rental assistance to deal with. And I have a motion put to move to do just that. So I know we can get there. It's a little complicated, but we can do that. So I can't support what's before us, and so I'm happy to, as Mr. Lee said, to vote it down, and then folks can come back for another one. Or I was talking to the council president. I'm happy to refer it, and I'm willing to make that motion to refer it back to committee to have it be dealt with there. But either way, I cannot support it right now. I can't support the notion of it right now. Without the findings and understanding the problem and the solution and making sure that they are balanced. I mean, with COVID, I got it. 19% unemployment, stay-at-home order. We needed to do this, and it was difficult for the housing providers, and I get that. If there's just a plant somewhere that closes down and it's a certain number of people, a couple hundred people, nobody suggests doing a citywide thing like this. So where is that threshold between the COVID emergency and an emergency like this, which is very serious, and the folks who are affected, we need to do everything we can to help them, but whether it really is justified to do this kind of a harsh market impact, I don't see the evidence of it. But before we were to do that, we would have to have that evidence and those findings. So, with that, I would make that motion that we do move it to committee.
Is there a second to Councilmember Blumenfield's motion to refer this back to committee? And if so, the committee clarification is housing and homelessness. Is there a second to this motion?
No, saying to
All right, Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Oh, I just seconded it.
Oh, okay.
And just to clarify, the committees are housing and homelessness and ad hoc Recover LA.
I think this needs to go to housing and homelessness.
Only. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
Councilmember Soto Martinez.
Thank you so much, Council President. I want to make comments on the item. I think we'll have a vote about referring it to committee soon, but I just want to clarify a few things for the public and for my colleagues, because I think a lot of things were said that are just simply not true. Well, one thing that was true is the comments that people don't know what they're voting on, and that's reflective on the comments that they made. There's clearly not understanding what's in front of us. First of all, this is not a blanket policy. Anybody that thinks this is a blanket policy is clearly not reading the language right or reading the amendments that were introduced. This is a very narrowly tailored policy that is seeking to help the people who have had economic hardship or have lost their jobs due to the fires. That's it. It's not about anybody else. I hope folks, everyone in this room can agree that those folks need our support right now in the city of Los Angeles. Now, so that image is clear. That is who we're trying to address right here. And I have a constituent in my district that I spoke to yesterday that lost her job. She lost her job the day after the fire because the place where she worked burned down. And the only thing no paycheck, the only thing she has is unemployment, and that's not going to be enough to pay the rent. It's going to take her a little bit to get on her feet, which I think a year of this policy is more than adequate. Now, people keep using the word eviction moratorium, eviction moratorium. This is not an eviction moratorium. This is an eviction defense. There is a difference between the two. I see some faces in the crowd reacting to it. Eviction moratorium would be that nobody can file eviction filing. That can still happen. This gives a tenant the ability to defend themselves if they're being evicted, and there is a process for that. The first process is that they have the ability to self-attest under the penalty of perjury. They're not just doing some sort of form, there's actual consequences to that. Moreover, there is also a process where the housing department can engage with the tenant to figure out what exactly is going on, and they can be involved through that process as well. And even then, if a landlord decides to continue the eviction, a tenant will be able to litigate that in front of a judge. So let's just be clear about what we're talking about. There is a process here. There is no blanket policy. And I've heard people talk about, let's try to find money for rental assistance. Well, unfortunately, the money that we've had in ULA for rental assistance has been tapped out. Not only is it tapped out, but we've tapped the future money of that for that fund has also been tapped out. So yeah, we can find the money, and I agree, we should find the money. But it's not like we have it waiting in our coffers ready to transfer over to support people. That is going to take time, and we're going to have to find the money somewhere else in the city. So that is what's in front of us. And so my constituents have to pay the rent in 3 days. That's what they're dealing with. They have to pay the rent in 3 days. And as a city of Los Angeles, we have to say something to support those people. I think we can all agree on that. And so, and the other comments were made about, well, what if a factory closes down? No one's talking about one factory closing down. We're talking about the city of Los Angeles facing one of the largest natural disasters in the last 40 years. That we're talking about a scale that is affecting a ton of people. And so I think we have to act with a certain level of urgency and say this is the right thing. And the last thing I would say is I am personally very bothered by this sort of small landlord, corporate landlord division. I'll tell you, I've talked to a lot of small landlords. Many of you are here today. Smaller landlords, mom and pops, have more sympathy. They have more compassion. They rent to people that they know. The referrals come from friends. They build relationships with those folks. I have no doubt, and I've heard the stories, I have no doubt that many of you will act with compassion and sympathy for someone who was economically affected by the fire and say, you know what, I have a little forgiveness. But who is not going to forgive is those corporate landlords that are owned by BlackRock and Berkshire Hathaway. They will have no sympathy. They will spit out a letter, and that person will be immediately in eviction court. So we have to look out for the people that are the most vulnerable here in the city of Los Angeles, which is why we put forward this policy. So I know the discussion is happening, but I just want to sort of center the decision that we're making today, because I think most people could agree it's the right thing to do in this moment. Thank you.
Councilmember Padilla.
Members, I'm going to vote that we take this back to committee. And the reason why is because, I did read this motion when it was put in front of us as something that was blanket. It did start off as blanket. And I agree with Councilmember Lee that it stopped being a blanket motion because the work was done on the ground again. And I know for myself, I am not a fan of the policy getting baked on the floor. We have a committee process for a reason. So I'm going to vote that we take it back because we still need to talk more about it. And it is important to differentiate between the type of landlords, and I think we need to hear from everybody. So I hope that everybody else does agree that we need to take it back to committee because it's just not fair. It's not fair for us to have to decide on these things at the last minute. It's just a trend that I hope comes to an end sooner than later.
Thank you. So I have Councilmember Park, Councilmember Hutt, and then Councilmember Hernandez, and then we'll call the question on Mr. Blumenfield's amendment.
Council President, thanks so much. Do we have folks here from Housing Department? I actually have a couple of questions. If we could have them come up to the table, please.
Good afternoon, Tina Johnson Hall, General Manager for the Housing Department, and I have with me Anna Ortega, Assistant General Manager.
And Marcella DeShirley, Director of Rent Stabilization Division.
Yeah, if you could just pull the microphones a little closer so everyone can hear, that helps.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much. Does LA Housing Department know how many Los Angeles households have experienced a loss of income due to a business being destroyed or interrupted by the fires?
No.
No, we do not.
No, we do not.
Has the department received any inquiries from households who worked in the Pacific Palisades but who lost their jobs and are facing evictions? Do we even know that universe?
We've had very limited phone calls about the fire. We have had our staff out at the Disaster Assistance Center, and since it opened, really, and we've had about 500 inquiries there. The questions they have typically had to do with the ability to go back and the right of return, and what is the condition of their property.
So we don't have any data about the population size of the impacted individuals that would be the subject of our efforts today. Is that right?
We have information on the number of units and properties. For instance, we know that we have lost or destroyed or damaged about 751 multifamily units out of, I think it's 992 multifamily units, so about 75% of the damaged or destroyed units are RSO units. So we know, we have good info on the actual structures, but the people that work there, no, we don't have that yet. We're gathering demographic information on the residents of the area, but the people economically impacted could live anywhere in the city. And at this point, we cannot provide that.
So just so I'm clear, we don't presently know how many workers have experienced economic loss or disruption due to the fires.
That's correct.
Okay. So just hypothetical question for you. If I have experienced a loss of income and I can't pay the entirety of February rent, can the landlord evict me currently for non-payment of rent?
It depends, because the city adopted 2 years ago the Just Cause Ordinance. And so we do not currently allow evictions unless the amount of rent owed is greater than the fair market rent for that size unit. So there is some cushion depending on the amount of rent owed.
So as long as it's less than the full market value of that month's rent, there's already protection in place for that renter, right?
That is correct, Councilwoman.
Okay. Do you know when we first adopted those protections, and I guess that, wow, already was 2 years ago, time sure flies, and the protections for the non-payment of rent, do you recall what findings were made at the time?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Do you recall what findings were made at the time those protections were passed?
Generally, the findings had to do with the high percentage of low-income renters in the city of Los Angeles and the high percentage of renters who are rent-burdened or severely rent-burdened.
So, the findings, I have them, I'll just tell you. It was an ordinance in furtherance of the public interest to avoid forfeiture, limit displacement, and homelessness and restrict evictions for non-payment of rent. So am I correct that those protections were adopted to prevent evictions for the type of temporary economic hardship that some may be experiencing as a result of these fires?
Yes.
Okay. Has the department reminded Angelenos of those protections following these recent fires?
Yes, we have developed information for resources and protections following the wildfires. We have distributed them on the department website. We've distributed them through social media. We have shared information with landlords, and today or tomorrow we expect to have a huge email blast to all of the landlords in our database, as well as all of the renters who have signed up to receive information from our department.
Great, that's good to know, and I presume you've also been making this information available at the Disaster Recovery Center and other sites where housing is present?
Absolutely.
Great.
And also seeking out ways to get them through social media, e-blast, as well as e-newsletters, and also utilizing radio as well. Correct.
Yes, Councilwoman Rahman reminded us that we also, when we adopted the expanded protections in 2023, we adopted the requirement that landlords have to file eviction notices with the department. When that happens, we then notify the renters about referrals to where they can get help for eviction defense.
Okay, great. Glad to know that that education campaign and those pieces of information are being distributed. Since we've done ERAP programs before, certainly during COVID, how long would it take you to reactivate a program like that, given that this is a much, much smaller universe of constituents?
Part of what goes into developing a program, even if you're just tweaking existing procedures, is the systems development for that, which is done through an outside contractor. So I would say like 90 days, assuming we had the funding. There's also the city contracting process. That also takes a while. That has to be approved by committee and council and the city attorney. So the procurement process can take 4 to 6 months sometimes.
Okay, I may come back to that in a minute. I think that with the nature of this emergency and the procedures that we are streamlining, there may be some opportunities, you think, to speed that up maybe?
Well, we would certainly do our very best, and we understand the urgency of getting assistance to the public.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we all know that the Palisades fire destroyed more than homes, countless businesses and workers, grocery stores, nail salons, classrooms, churches, libraries, the YMCA, all of it saw destruction and immediate disruption overnight. My #1 priority for these last 22 days has been to advocate and fight for the entire Palisades community. Immediately after the fires, my team worked with UFCW to confirm what assistance, if any, their workers at Ralph's and Gelson's and Vaughn's needed. Thankfully, those workers had already been placed at other stores and have not experienced job loss. But we didn't stop there. We learned about other economically displaced and vulnerable workers like housekeepers and gardeners, and my team and I have been working with the entire CD11 community to place those individuals in new job opportunities. And Councilmember Soto Martinez, I know that you have shared heartbreaking stories of constituents who have lost their jobs If you have individuals, please refer them to us because my entire district will bend over backwards to help get people reemployed. Here in council, right after the fires, we adopted a series of motions to support workers. In partnership with Councilmember Price, we've already had EWDD secure $20 million in state funding to help economically displaced workers, and this will include temporary housing assistance. In addition, we've directed EWDD to partner with the county to launch a worker relief fund, which will provide thousands of dollars in relief to workers who have been displaced. We need to look at how we can leverage our CDBG funding and changes to program rules so we can provide rental assistance. And just today, thank you, Councilmember Blumenfield, for helping me introduce a motion that's going to use up to $15 million of ULA funds to help impacted workers pay their rent. As a city, we need to figure out how to help impacted people, displaced residents, or workers. What might make sense is a 90-day protection for people who can document a real impact, but we don't even know how many people have actually lost work or the extent or duration of those losses. We cannot keep putting the city's problems on the backs of our housing providers who are still suffering from the devastating effects of the rent freezes and blanket eviction protections with no documentation from the COVID era. But even so, as a body, we've already taken very real and substantial steps to protect displaced and economically impacted renters. Just this morning, the city attorney uploaded the ordinance that I requested prohibiting evictions in households that have taken on unauthorized pets or individuals displaced by the fires. That protection, real protection, is already going to remain in effect for a year. And those are in addition to the sweeping and strong renter protections passed by this council over the last 2 years. Rent stabilization, just cause eviction protections, protections for non-payment of rent as a result of an economic disruption like the ones these fires caused. And we just approved a new fee structure that will help our housing department hire staff they need to protect tenants and enforce the rules. And I'll add a final note that the only communications we've received about this motion aren't from workers in my district who have lost their jobs, but individuals who just want to see their 4% RSO increase frozen starting February 1st until the city considers a new RSO formula, an entirely separate policy issue that has been pending in committee for nearly 3 months. The RSO formula and what it should be and whether it should change is an important policy conversation, and that's why it needs to be fully vetted and discussed in committee before coming to this floor, which I look forward to. So if this motion is really about freezing the next RSO rent increase rather than protecting a small universe of workers, then I can't support the policy or derivative uses that is using a disaster in my district as a pretext for some other political agenda. That's not right.
Councilmember Hernandez.
I take great offense to what was just said by Councilmember Park because my heart aches for the loss that happened in Palisade, both the lives and the property. And when the motions came out to support your region, no question, threw down and supported what you put forth. Why? Because I understood the urgency. I have people in my district who were the gardeners, the nannies, the housekeepers, who are undocumented, who've lost everything, who can't just walk into a restaurant and get another job. And so yes, the crisis is in your district, but it reverberates across the 15 districts of the city. So it is not a political agenda. I'm talking about people. I'm talking about the people that are sitting right there. The moms, the dads, the parents that are gonna lose everything too. So I just have to be very clear with that because the intention is not to put one community or one group over another. We understand that they're small mom and pop landlords. Let's support them. Tell us what you need, but don't tell us, no, don't help this other group of people. Tell us what you need. We're here. We're the government. We're supposed to be helping you, small mom and pop landlords and tenants. No one wants to see more corporations take over our small mom and pop landlords. Nobody on this council. Let's just be very clear with that. But we don't have to put one group over another. So tell us, small mom and pop landlords, what do you need? What do you need to survive this crisis? And we will work on that. But it shouldn't come at the cost of some of our most vulnerable community members. So let's do both. Let's do both. That's all I'm saying. Let's do both.
Okay.
Let's do both. We can do both.
I'll ask
and we
the
can
gentleman
talk
in the
about it.
black hat and green shirt. You all spoke. People didn't interrupt you when you were speaking.
And we can
Councilmember
do
Hernandez.
both. Thank you, Council President. We can do both. This was waived out of committee because of the urgency of this disaster, which is why we're here today. We're already seeing rent hikes across the city. Every time there was a fire in this state and in Hawaii, we saw the rent gouging that went up. We saw the evictions. The data's there. It's going to happen here. As my colleague shared, I am too hearing story after story from constituents in my district who lost their jobs overnight. I understand that there's a process, but we are in crises. And last council meeting, we're here, the first one we came back from the fires, 23 motions were Rule 23. 23 of them. So don't talk to me about process when we did this in the last council meeting. Because when it's for one community, we're willing to do everything we can. But when it's for another community, we keep putting barriers to help them. And that's ridiculous. We introduced this motion 3 weeks ago. The reason that it wasn't heard that day was because we were asked to work with the housing department to determine a process which we have done, and it's on the council file. Today, we talked with a lot of you. Even though our teams have been in conversation for a couple weeks now, we just started seeing language for amendments just today, when our teams have been in conversation for weeks about it. And I'm down to keep working with y'all together. I'm down to keep doing the work to move this forward because of how crucial it is. And it feels like the goalposts just keep moving again and again and again, and we're being asked to send this back to committee. Every day we wait on this is a day closer to eviction for vulnerable tenants. This is going to increase the eviction to homelessness pipeline. And I'm not trying to say, I told you so, but evictions are going to increase. And when that happens, I will tell you I told you so. Because my district is already experiencing 1,000 evictions every month. And this was before the fires. My people are the gardeners. My people are the nannies. My people are the poor people who work and maintain places like the Palisades. And that's why I'm fighting so hard. Because we cannot afford to lose more of these community members. And we've accepted the amendments. We've worked with the amendments because we understand it has to be palatable for everybody. But we have to try to fight for all our folks. So thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilmember Hutt.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I have an amendment to 15. Mr. City Attorney, can you read my?
You submitted your amendment previously, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so we don't have to announce it.
Thank
So
you.
we got it, it's been seconded, thank you. I just want to know before we go to Councilmember Yaroslavsky, for some of our districts, the issue is not at all the Palisades fire, even though that's the most significant thing for our city. The issue for many districts like mine, people work in Altadena. And an entire commercial district, 2 commercial districts burned down in Altadena. This is not to mention all the people that do work inside of houses. So this is far more broad than a lot of times I think what is brought to us. And those are people that we wouldn't see in the Emergency Recovery Center, for example. Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Thank you, Council President. I don't think anyone in this space would deny that everybody here cares about making sure that the tenants who are directly impacted by the fires don't lose their homes and become unhoused. That's the last thing we need as a city. I've been a very strong supporter of tenants' protections. I backed every effort this council has brought for a vote to strengthen tenant protections. I have real concerns about how this proposal has come together. I know it comes from a place of urgency and passion and care and a genuine desire to help. But there are a lot of unanswered questions about the impact of another eviction moratorium. how we would implement it and enforce it. Do you have the staff to do that? What does it look like? What does attestation look like? How narrow or broad? What's the effective date? Does it apply retroactively for people already in tenancy, or does it apply to anybody over the next year? The last thing we want is to have a situation like Councilmember Lee described, where people are intentionally not renting out to people who've been impacted by the fires because they could, under this, not pay rent for a year, right? So the protections that we put in place during COVID, at the time, they felt critical and necessary. Many of us weren't on this body when the vote was made to create those protections, but we all were part of the long, painful process of winding them down. It taught us hard lessons about unintended consequences, and I think we need to apply those lessons here. We need to be clear about what we're asking landlords to bear, what we as a city are taking on, what we can rely on philanthropy to help cover in terms of people's rental assistance, and make sure we're balancing the need for immediate relief with long-term stability in LA's rental market, which we know is already not particularly stable. I do believe we can get this right, but I don't think it's there yet. I strongly urge that we send this to committee where we can consider all of these amendments that have been brought today before we move forward with anything. So, Council President, if it's okay, I'd like to call the question on Councilmember Blumenfield's motion to send this to committee.
All right. Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, so is there a second to the motion to call the question?
Second.
Okay. And this is not debatable, and it requires 10 votes to pass.
All right, let's open the roll on Mr. Blumenfield's motion to continue
No,
and send.
Mr.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. President. This vote should be motion Yaroslavsky, Harris Dawson to call the question, sir.
Okay. So open the roll on Yaroslavsky, Harris Dawson to call the question on Mr. Blumenfield's motion to send to committee. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 4 noes.
All right, what's next?
Then the motion to call the question fails, and council can continue with its discussion.
Mr. Soto Martinez.
Thank you so much, Council President. I voted no because there was a few things I still wanted to make. I understand there's wide desire, sounds like a wide desire to send this to committee, but I just wanted to come back to the Housing Department because I think there was an important and persuasive point that we should all focus on and not just, glaze over as a series of questions were being asked. So, Councilmember Park asked a lot of good clarifying questions about the process, and the one that I was struck by the most was the amount of time that it would take to get money out into people's hands. If we need to find the money, correct? Which we don't have. Then we need to have a procurement process, which is going to take 4 to 6 months, correct? Más o menos, give or take. Yeah, give or take. I know how the city moves, but 4 to 6 months, I get it. And then another 90 days to get the money out? Just give or take. Look.
Let's say the 30 to 60 days, once the contract is in place.
Okay. So we're looking at, first we need to find the money, and that timeline is unknown. Okay, so we'll just put an unknown to that first step. We're looking at maybe 6 months for the procurement, and then maximum another 2 months. So we're looking at an unknown, and then up to 8 months to get the money out. Okay. The reason I want to emphasize that is because the reason we haven't seen an uptick in eviction filings is because rent is due in February. I think the first week I'm going to be monitoring the reports that we get every single week because I look at them every single week for my district. I know that I get about 800 a month on the regular, in my district. And so I anticipate that those numbers are going to go up, but we don't have the data yet because people haven't, February is the first month when they're possibly missed their payment. And yes, I am really grateful that this body passed 1 month of fair market rent as a cushion because it gives the ability for renters not to be evicted if they're a day late or $1 short. The issue for me is, I don't think that the people who lost their jobs are going to be able to recover in a month. I just don't see that happening. This has been an absolute travesty for our city. And so if they only have 1 month's cushion and we don't have the ability to get money in their pockets for at least 8 months, we as policymakers need to figure out what happens between month 2 and month at least 8 at the maximum. And so that, to me, colleagues, is the issue that we need to address. That is what we need to address as policymakers. And what the motion in front of us is, give those folks 1 year to have an eviction defense. And so I just want to sort of point that timeline out, because as this are being discussed, we need to just have a reality check that putting money in people's pockets is not a viable option right now. It will take time, but it's not a viable option right now. And so as we continue these discussions, I just want folks to be very clear that that is something we're going to have to address. And I think the motion that Hernandez has put forward is a very good one. Even with the amendments that were put forward, I think they're also very good. But we got to look out for the most vulnerable people of our society that we know what happens when they don't pay rent. Most of them are going to end up in the street. And then we're going to have a bunch of people coming here yelling about us about what we're doing with the homelessness. Well, we're trying to do something about homelessness. We're trying to make sure that those folks who garden, who clean the pools, who do all that, don't fall into homelessness. So anyways, I just wanted to center that before we take another vote on whether we send this to committee or not. Thank you so much, Council President.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Rahman.
I just thank you all so much. This has been, I think, a really good discussion, and I want to thank everyone who's spoken so far, and I want to thank everyone who came out to give their feedback today. I think it was really important to hear from all of you. I do just want to reorient a little bit as we move forward in this discussion, because I think all of us are coming to this with the spirit of wanting to make sure that Angelenos can recover from a very tough moment. Councilmember Hernandez originally brought this as a Rule 23 to be discussed on the day when we passed a number of other motions, many of them brought by Councilmember Park, to help the people of her district who are deeply impacted. And I think because people around this body really wanted to help tenants, they really want to make sure that people have stability here in LA. And they know that the fires, whether they happened in the Palisades or whether they happened in Eaton Canyon and Altadena, they impacted many more than just the residents there. They did impact many people who lived there, who worked there, who worked in the homes there, who worked in the commercial establishments there. And I think people around this body said in response to that Rule 23 motion, the spirit of this is something we want to support. We want to make sure renters are supported through a very tough moment. But parts of the elements of that original motion repeated some of the same challenging policy dynamics that were put in place during COVID that had a lot of unintended consequences. And so Councilmember Hernandez was gracious enough to say, okay, let's work on this. Let's put this aside, because she also said, yes, I want to help these renters and I want to get everyone's support around this body. And that was the commitment that we all made that day to that motion. So I want to just reset and say no one is coming at this from a bad faith place. People are coming at this from a very good place of wanting to make sure that this city recovers and that no one is left behind after what was a very disruptive moment and what continues to disrupt our local economy. I also do want to say that when I started in this role, the COVID eviction moratorium was in place. I had it was already in place. It had already been voted on. It was impacting every renter in the city, every landlord in the city, and it stayed in place for 2 years after I got here. Not because I wanted it to be in place, but because it was put in place by council leadership and maintained in council leadership. And it was not until council leadership changed that we actually started to work on unwinding that admittedly problematic policy and to make sure that we could put in place something that still was able to protect tenants who are very vulnerable in Los Angeles because of extraordinarily high rents, low vacancy rates, all of that. And we work together as a body, and under my leadership in the Housing and Homelessness Committee and with the leadership of this entire body, we were able to pass things that are really positive for tenants, that provide a cushion for them during periods of economic hardship, that will help them manage this crisis and any other crisis that comes forward. It may not be enough. As many on this body are saying, they're hearing from their renters that it's not enough, but we did do that work together, and Councilmember Park, you were part of that effort, and it was a really positive and I think meaningful effort for the entire city. So I just want to say that is why we're having this conversation in full council today. It's not because policy was pushed aside or violated because we want to somehow trouble landlords again, but because people came to this with good intentions to say we want to protect people, and we agreed that we needed to hear this urgently, and the council president agreed that we needed to hear this urgently, and we moved it forward urgently under that umbrella. And I think that it's important for us to have that conversation, and it's important for us to have this conversation in full council. That being said, if you want to refer it back to the committee, I'm happy to hear it in the committee. I'm happy to work on it in the committee and to ensure that anything that moves forward doesn't have the challenges that our eviction protections during COVID had. I know that there's questions about what are other sources of funding that can be utilized to support renters and landlords who may be impacted by this. And I want to say in the committee today, we're actually hearing from the housing department that's found dollars for doing exactly that, because we asked them to do that last week, and we're going to talk about it today, and I'm really excited about that. We're also going to talk about how the city's impacting rent gouging and trying to take action on it and protecting people who are impacted by that. So I also just do want to say that there is work happening in the committee, and it is work that is trying to help those who are most impacted, in addition to all of the work that Councilmember Park and her staff are doing in her district. So whatever the will of the body is today, we will do the work. We've always been willing to do the work as a body, and I don't think there's a single person around this horseshoe who doesn't want to do the work to help impacted residents, and to suggest otherwise is, I think, unnecessary at this time, really unnecessary. We may disagree on policy, but we all want the same thing, the best for our city. And I hope that we can have a civil and productive conversation on how to get there. Thank you.
Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. So it looks like this body is looking to continue this item. If it was come up to the vote, I would simply vote no. I'm frustrated that policies that affect the city in a mass scale are often just waived for us to deal with here on the floor. And that's why I recommended that we reintroduce something to be introduced on Friday. But being a member of this body does not give you the ability to stand up and just straight lie to people. So it was earlier said that some of us had not understood this motion and said that this doesn't affect, it was very specifically tailored, it's not citywide. I don't want to pick this apart piece by piece about the vagueness of some of these requests, but item number 3 says, request the city attorney to draft an emergency ordinance implementing a rent increase pause for all residential units through January 31st, 2026. You cannot tell me that that is tailored specific to help the people affected in this fire. It would also make the argument that we don't want corporations, we don't want more corporations, we want to help the mom and pops. Well, our very actions in this council, by keeping the eviction moratorium through COVID past, I don't even know how long. Originally, I think it was for 3 months and then went on for 2 or 3 years. Those actions that we took brought up corporate ownership because the mom and pops could not take the gamble to ever be faced with that problem again. So if we don't want corporate ownership, let's not push them to the point. Being a landlord doesn't mean you are shielded somehow from economic hardship. It doesn't mean that, yes, everybody probably, I know everyone in this horseshoe. I know every one of the employees. I'm willing to guess that everyone in the audience wants to help the people affected by this fire. But just simply saying, hey, you know what, just, you know, you got to help out people. Like, people have real responsibilities. My fear of this passing through, the biggest fear I had was if people affected by the fire, no matter what amendments we put towards it, that there were going to be some landlords who understood the financial risks and would not rent. If they found out, if they asked questions and found out you were affected by the fires, that they would not rent to the people who have been affected by the fires, knowing that they could simply, in the next month, say, you know what, I can't pay this rent. We have things in place. We've put things in place. We're talking about a new ULA. Councilmember Park talked about different programs. Councilmember Park and I are working with organizations to give direct checks to people that need this help in the amount of, last time I checked, Councilmember Park, $10 million out of just personal giving, because we're doing the work to try to help those people. We don't think provincially in times like this. We think as one city. We think as one city. The Palisades, while it's in Councilmember Park's district, it affects all of us as a city of Los Angeles. And we got to remember when we put legislation through that we have to think about everybody. So this body, it keeps being said over and over that, well, it was Rule 23, and you know, we wanted a Rule 23. Well, it didn't have the findings to have a Rule 23. Not everything just gets granted a Rule 23 to hear it that day. Why didn't it get granted? Because this has large, huge implications that could affect broadly above the emergency that we had at hand. It needed to be heard in committee. It was waived out of committee, and instead we are running around here. You see me going around, talking to council members, other council members, talking to other people, everyone putting amendments together. This is exactly the work that we should have in committee. And why I just think that everyone sitting out there, they have no idea what we are talking about. And I get it. I'm not saying we don't make tweaks, we don't change things, but this is an important citywide issue. So I hope that this is a lesson that we learn, that when it comes to broad-ranging things like this, that we do the work. Councilmember Roman says we all want to do the work. Then let's do the work as a city to make sure that we're crafting policy that doesn't hurt the very people we say we are trying to help.
Councilmember Padilla.
You know, just feel the need to speak a second time because I follow the sentiments of the importance to take this to committee because it was too broad. But I also want to clarify that just because I thought this was too broad doesn't make me anti-helping those that were affected by the fires. It reminds me of when the silicosis crisis happened. As soon as silicosis crisis happened, I went straight to the workers and I went straight to the environmental justice organizations before it became the thing that everybody on council was talking about. Same with this. When workers in my district were being affected, the first thing that I did was move my discretionary funding to the most trusted economic development organization in my district to get the ball rolling, to get people that direct services that they need. So I just wanted to make sure that I said, just because I support the notion that we follow process to really unpackage things, especially as it pertains to this. It doesn't make me anti-worker, it doesn't make me anti-gardener, nannies, or any of that thing, but you know, I also get an equal amount of stories from the people that play by the rules to make sure that they pay rent on time, work hard to collect all of the pieces to make sure that they don't get evicted. They're affected by schemers. And when we create these sort of blanket sort of policies, in the name of an emergency, what you do is also open up a Pandora's box for those that look for loopholes to get away with not having to play by the rules. And that's what really bothers me. If we want to help the people directly affected, let's do things to help them directly, as opposed to, blanket things. But I gotta admit, I haven't been a fan of the process, but this running around today, it really looks like some of you really worked hard to try to reach a compromise, but it should not have been done here in council.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments being made around, the waiving of the item. But let's be honest with ourselves, everybody in this room right now. There's only 5 people that sit on that committee. The notion that there would not be amendments on the floor is preposterous. It would have happened. So please, let's all be honest with ourselves. I think if we're going to talk about honesty, let's all talk about the honesty. And I want to uplift something Councilmember Padilla said around the running around and doing the work to get to where we need to get to. That's democracy. The fact that we were all running around trying to figure out, what do you need? What do you need? How can we all work together to find a middle ground to protect everybody? That's what was happening, and it would have happened regardless because there's only 5 people on that committee. So please, let's be honest with ourselves. And also, to some of the comments around Councilmember Lee around honesty, there are amendments going around that take this from being blanket, as people have said, to very refined, so that we know the people that we're talking about and the processes. Might not be as refined, let's talk about it, but we have begun to refine that process because we hear you. We hear you that it's too broad. And those amendments are coming, and if they're not in front of you, they should be coming. But I did want to uplift that's a lot of the work of the running around that was happening, and it was going to happen anyways. Thank you.
Councilmember McCosker.
Call the question.
Thank you. And there are, Mr. City Attorney, no speakers on the queue that have not spoken 2 times. So we are prepared to take a vote on calling the question.
Yes, as long as the speakers who have not spoken twice are okay with that, then the threshold would be 8. So assuming that they do not intend to speak.
And is there a second to Mr. McCosker's?
Second.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes, 1 no.
All right, what's next?
Next would be the vote on 15F, and that is motion Hutt, Hernandez.
Wait. It's Blumenfield.
No, 15F was introduced after Mr. Blumenfield. So the voting order is on the most recent amendment.
I don't think that's the case.
Apologies. Then apologies. 15E is actually amendment motion Hutt, Hernandez, and Harris Dawson. So the council is now voting on the motion Blumenfield-Yaroslavsky to refer this entire matter to the Housing and Homelessness Committee.
All right, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 3 no.
So this matter is now referred to Housing and Homelessness Committee.
All right, what's next?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
All right, they are posted and referred. Announcements, members? Councilmember Rahman.
Okay, so Housing and Homelessness Committee was supposed to start at 2:30. I'm going to give people 15 minutes extra. Let's start at 2:45. 2:45 start for our very exciting Housing and Homelessness Committee right here, where we will not be talking about this. We will be talking about many other important things. Thank you.
Yes, and Housing and Homelessness meets every week, so
Every week.
it's Wednesday. Stay tuned for everybody. All right, any other announcements? Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee, I think you have an announcement.
So to change gears a bit, Council President.
We love to see the smile.
So everyone, I just want to bring attention to the fact that today marks the start of the Lunar New Year. This year, we welcome the year of the wood snake. Right now, Los Angeles is facing significant challenges. The recent wildfires have brought unimaginable hardship to our neighbors, affecting nearly every aspect of our daily life. Yet even in the face of such adversity, Angelenos have consistently shown their resilience. We witnessed it during the Northridge earthquake, through the pandemic, and I'm confident that we will rise as a city to the challenges once more in the aftermath of these fires. It seems fitting then that the year of the water snake, the year of the snake symbolizes transformation, resilience, and the strength to overcome obstacles. Just as the snake sheds its skin and emerges renewed, we too can navigate these tough times, growing stronger, more united, and ready to face whatever comes next. To the residents of Los Angeles, I extend my heart-filled wishes for a safe and prosperous year ahead. Let us come together with strength, and may the year of the snake bring resilience and hope to all of us, guiding us through these tough times to our brighter future. There's a small gift on everyone's desk in honor of Lunar New Year. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. And on behalf of the full council, thank you, Mr. Lee, for the recognition of the holiday and the delicious carbs that you left on our desk. Councilmember McCosker. Adjourning motion. All right, seeing no other announcements, I'll ask everyone in the chamber to rise for adjourning motions, which we will begin with Councilmember McCosker.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, I ask that we adjourn today in the memory of Wayne Harold Perry. Wayne attended Sierra Madre Elementary School and he graduated from Pasadena High in 1956. He went on to graduate from Pasadena City College and he attended UCLA for a degree in turfgrass management. Wayne has always been very busy with many jobs and activities. He delivered newspapers, he worked Christmas shifts at the post office he helped out at the local gas station and his mom's store, Perry's Hallmark Store. He also served in the National Guard for 5 years. In 1960, Wayne began working for the County of Los Angeles as a golf course superintendent. He started at Santa Anita Golf Course, and in 1963, he was sent to open Los Verdes Golf Course, a favorite among harbor area residents, where he remained for 19 years, lovingly caring for that course. He was a golf course superintendent for 36 years, and he was known by everybody as Uncle Wayne. Wayne was a lifetime member of the Los Verdes Men's Club, serving as a board member and helping in any way that he could. Los Verdes Golf Course truly was the love of his life, outside of Yolanda, by the way, who I'm going to get to in a minute. He loved his Monday night football gang, and he was a member of the Riviera Men's Club and a lifetime member of the San Pedro Elks Lodge. For years, he helped out at the San Pedro YMCA Christmas tree lot. Wayne enjoyed playing golf with his many friends, traveling, cooking, and gardening. He was also a 3-time winner of the Chili Cook-Off with his award-winning recipe. Wayne passed away peacefully in his sleep. He is predeceased by his parents, Randall and Juanita Perry, brothers, Gerald and Bob, and his first wife, Joan Gaffey Perry. He leaves behind his current wife of 13 years, Yolanda, a dear friend of everyone in the community, as well as her two children, Georgette of Zurich, Switzerland, and Guy of Vail, Colorado. May Wayne rest in peace.
Thank you so much, Mr. McCosker. Seeing no other adjourning motions, we are adjourned in the memory of Wayne Perry. See you all tomorrow. Thank you so much.